Chapter 1296. This time, Li Shimin wanted to answer immediately. Who asked him to be the son of heaven? Who dared to disobey the son of heaven? But when he thought of the 5 families and 7 major clans, as well as that Guan Nong, the Shandong aristocrats, and the large clans with thousands of acres of land, as well as that pair of mysterious big hands behind everything, Li Shimin hesitated. This matter was indeed a big deal, but it was also not a big deal. However, the key problem was that. What the hell was that? I say, Feng Zi, can you tell me what you're talking about? Zhang Feng did not intend to hide it and said without hesitation, it's the selection of seeds. Yesterday, I put wheat seeds, which weighed about 100 caddies of seeds. Do you know how many good seeds I screened out? How would Li Shimin know? He spread out his hands and said, tell me, how would I know these things? Zhang Feng touched his nose and said, out of 100 caddies of seeds, I only screened out 30 caddies of seeds that were full of seeds. This time, Li Shimin understood everything. No wonder Zhang Feng used the flower seed as an example. It turned out that he was talking about this. But out of 100 caddies of seeds, only 30 caddies were left. Wasn't this a bit too much? What about the remaining 70 caddies? How much food would be wasted? Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin's face flickering with an uncertain expression and motioned for Li Shimin to follow. Then, the two of them silently went to the farm, which was now the agricultural product hatchery. At the entrance of the hatchery, there were already 5 burly men guarding it. The chickens, ducks, and pigs in the garden had long disappeared without a trace. On the gate, there was a prominent wooden sign with vermilion words written on it. Hatchery restricted area. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. In the garden, old Gao sat on a stool and did not go anywhere. He sat in front of the field where Zhang Feng had farmed before. The dust in his hand that was used to drive away chickens and ducks had now become a sharp weapon to drive away birds. As long as a small bird dared to come, it would be difficult to escape from old Gao's dust. Zhang Feng also admired old Gao's gaze. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but his eyes were sharper than the average person's. The area where Zhang Feng was yesterday had been surrounded by a brand new bamboo fence. In order to make it easier to distinguish, old Gao had even erected a signboard in this area. Write a letter saying, the headmaster is farming, idle people are not allowed to step in. Those who violate this order will be expelled from the mountain. What a guy. Seeing this scene, Li Shimin was shocked. Feng Zi, what did you plant in the soil? The commotion here also alarmed Elder Gao and the guards. When they saw Zhang Feng arrive, they hurriedly wanted to kneel, but they couldn't do anything about Zhang Feng's rules. They could only give Zhang Feng a standard military salute. Compared to Elder Gao, it was different. Naturally, he knew Li Shimin, but when he suddenly saw the emperor arrive, he instinctively wanted to kneel. But when he thought about it, his posture was very ugly. Zhang Feng also looked at old Gao curiously and said, Old Gao, what kind of posture is this? What could old Gao say? He could only stand up and cup his fist to Li Shimin without any care. This old one has nothing to do recently, so I studied a set of tricks. Zhang Feng was a bit confused, but now wasn't the time to talk about this. He pointed to the courtyard and said, Today, I called Lao Li to come and see our masterpiece yesterday. You can go and do whatever you need to do. After old Gao left, Zhang Feng opened a gate in the fence and brought Li Shimin into the wheat field. But once they entered the wheat field, Li Shimin smelled a strange smell. He asked curiously, Did you use phosphate fertilizer in this wheat field? Smart. Zhang Feng nodded and said, I did use this stuff. I saw old Feng before. You don't know, but we went to the farmland outside Chang'an City. Guess, why are the farmers planted in this field? Are they all Guangzhong thin harvest? Guangzhong thin harvest? Li Shimin really didn't know about this. This kind of planting method had been used for hundreds of years, at least thousands of years, and there had never been a problem. But in Zhang Feng's field, how did it become like this? Zhang Feng nodded and said, Look at the soil. Zhang Feng pointed to the soil under his feet and said, The soil here is fine because no one has planted farmers before, and there is not much fertilizer used. It is just the feces of pigs, cows, and sheep, and there is not much ash from burning the leaves of trees. That's why there aren't many acidic substances in the soil. Think about it. If I make you drink vinegar all day long, and I don't stop drinking vinegar, I add it to your food, your dishes, and your wine, will you feel comfortable? That's right. In this case, isn't it the same? What's so uncomfortable about it? Seeing Li Shimon's appearance, Zhang Feng patted his forehead and said, I made a wrong analogy. Let me do it again. Think about it. If I feed you all day long, do you think you can be strong? This time Li Shimon understood, but he still asked, but this is the way passed down by the ancestors. Why not? That's easy to solve. Go to your family's accountant and ask about the annual harvest of the same mu of land for the past 10 years. Remove the ones with the best harvest and the ones with the worst harvest. You can calculate the difference. Chapter 1297. Was there a need to calculate this? There was no need to do this at all. Until now, the imperial plantation had been piled up like a mountain on his desk, as well as the summary of production from the Ministry of Works. Every day, he would read it at least 10 times. How could he not know? However, at this moment, when Zhang Feng said this, he hurriedly did the calculations. He really found a problem. That was, the production of all the fields was decreasing year by year. Although it wasn't a lot, when it was tallied up, it really gave Li Shimon a big fright. How did this thing become like this? Could it be that vinegar grew in the soil? This question left Zhang Feng dumbfounded. He did not know what to say next. This way of understanding was really strange. Zhang Feng thought about it for a long time before he came back to his senses and said, No, I say, Old Li, your way of thinking is really awesome. However, the acidity I was talking about is not this acidity. If I say too much, you won't understand. Go back and ask Old Feng. Then ask your son and the others, and they will understand. Now, let's talk about the problem of the land. Basically, the rich families will apply a lot of fertilizer to their fields every year. Ordinary people who have livestock will also apply fertilizer to their fields. But what about those who don't have these things? What will they do? They can only add fire to the fields and treat it as fertilizer. However, in the long run, the fields will slowly produce some things that are not good for the farmers. These things will seriously reduce the yield. As for the phosphate fertilizer I mentioned, its greatest benefit is to reduce the acidity and alkalinity of the soil, allowing the farmers to better absorb the nutrients in the soil. Also, look at this thing. As Zhang Feng spoke, he threw away the wheat seeds that had just been planted in the soil. The wheat seeds were still wrapped in a layer of bran and plant ash, making the originally small wheat seeds look as big as a fingernail. Li Shimon could not help but ask curiously, You were talking about wheat seeds? Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he motioned for Li Shimon to peel off the thing. When Li Shimon peeled off the bran and the ashes, he was shocked. There really were wheat seeds inside. Didn't you just say that the ash will increase the acidity of the soil? Why did you get this thing again? Zhang Feng was speechless. He pointed at the phosphate fertilizer that had not been completely diluted and said, But I have this. Also, the seeds are wrapped in plant ash. On the one hand, they can kill the eggs and let them escape the sharp teeth of the insects and birds. This is a form of protection, understand? Forget it. You won't understand, even if I tell you more. After all, you haven't properly farmed before. When you have time, come and chat with old Gao more. I think he knows more than you. All right, there's also that Ma Zhou. That kid is a talent and is competent in this aspect. Hey, Ma Zhou. Li Shimon couldn't help but silently remember this name. After Zhang Feng thoroughly explained the pros and cons of wheat seeds to Li Shimon, he finally couldn't stand the smell anymore. He hurriedly returned to the villa. Zhang Feng seriously doubted how old Gao could tolerate this smell. When he returned to the villa, Jingshu came back with a big basket of wild mushrooms. When Zhang Feng saw the Matsutake mushrooms in the basket, he couldn't help but feel hungry. He excitedly hugged Jingshu and kissed her. Ha ha ha! Lao Li, you really came at the right time. Look at our virtuous wife. She went out to play for a while and got us such high-quality ingredients. Li Shimon, Jingshu, all right. Today we are in a good mood. I will go and cook some dishes. You guys wait. I will be back soon. All right, Shiva, quickly get someone to go down the mountain and give me a piece of tenderloin. I want it fresh. Li Shimin was still immersed in the vast and beautiful scenery that Zhang Feng had described. At this time, he could already imagine the scene half a year later, even without Zhang Feng's reminder. The more he thought about it, the more Li Shimin felt that this thing was worth promoting. In this way, in half a year's time, would the Tang dynasty still be lacking in food? Food was the foundation of everyone's foothold. Once there was no food, the first to be unable to bear were the people. Once the citizens were uneasy, what Zhang Feng had said earlier about how water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. Moreover, Zhang Feng had also said that there would be a locust plague next year that would be even more serious than this year's. The significance of the autumn planting this time was extraordinary. Not only was it life-saving food, but it was also the key to stabilizing the country. When he thought of this, Li Shimin looked at Li Changxian, who was standing in the living room. He couldn't help but feel angry. With a gloomy face, he slapped Li Changxian's face and said coldly, "Are you awake now? Li Changxian, if you are awake, then grind for me." Jingshu was shocked when she heard the word me. She subconsciously turned to look at the kitchen. Seeing that Zhang Feng was still busy in the kitchen, she breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that the Emperor and Prince Zhang had already laid their cards on the table, but now it seemed that the Emperor still didn't want to. However, Jingshu's interest was piqued. After all, there were not many opportunities to see the Emperor's calligraphy up close. Chapter 1298. Li Changxian had really woken up. He was not woken up by Li Shimin's beating. He was woken up by Zhang Feng's words. In the past 2 hours, he had thought of many things, especially when he was with Cheng Chumo and the others, and the flattery of the palace maids and eunuchs, and the reprimands of the high dukes, especially High Duke Qin's reprimand of the church, as well as the Crown Prince's junior tutorly gang. He recalled all the things he had seen and heard in the academy. In fact, Chen Wugong was right. Other than his identity as the Crown Prince, Li Changxian was nothing. Now, the reason why so many people surrounded him was because he was the Crown Prince. On the other hand, judging from the High Dukes, most of them were doing it for the sake of his father. Only when he was with Cheng Chumo and the others could he feel a trace of his own. But since he had known Zhang Feng, his ambition had been completely exposed. Although Zhang Feng had not said anything, he had been slowly correcting his mistakes. But what about him? At this moment, looking at Zhang Feng in the kitchen, Li Changxian smiled knowingly. "Thank you, brother." Li Shimin's handwriting was very beautiful. It was very majestic. Li Shimin also felt the change in Li Changxian. He looked Li Changxian up and down and nodded. "Not bad. It seems that you have really understood." "Thank you, father, for your teachings." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You just need to know your duty." "All right, that calligraphy over there was given to you by Fengzi. I hope that you have to spend 2 hours every day to observe it and reflect on yourself. This is my order." Li Changxian heard this and was shocked. He hurriedly tidied up his clothes and picked up the calligraphy that Zhang Feng had put on the table. The calligraphy was very ugly. It did not have the free and easy handwriting of Li Shimin at all, but it also had a different flavor. There were only 4 words. It was rare for him to be confused, but at this time, Li Changxian held it in his bosom like a treasure. And at this time, Li Shimin changed to a new piece of paper, and in his mood, he wrote down the words, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it." He looked at the words. Li Shimin couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Glancing at Jingshu, Li Shimin beckoned, "Miss Jingshu." Jingshu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "My daughter is here." Li Shimin naturally knew that this clever girl already knew his identity, so he was very satisfied with Jingshu. "Fengzi, that silly boy, hasn't decided yet. When will he get married?" Jingshu blushed. Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed and said, "His dog eyes are blind. Later, I will ask for an imperial edict to let the emperor grant you a marriage, okay?" "What imperial edict? Isn't this something you can do with 1 sentence?" Jingshu was shocked and hurriedly said, "Second master, you don't have to worry about this." Young master said that 3 years later, when he passes the imperial examination, there will be 3 consecutive good things. Oh, this boy has such a big tone. What do you mean by 3 consecutive good things? Li Shimin was in a good mood and simply chatted with Jingshu. Li Chengxian, on the other hand, was very interested in the calligraphy. For a moment, he was in a daze while looking at the words Li Shimin had just written. From time to time, there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Jingshu saw that Li Chengxian was not paying attention and said in a low voice, "Young master said that in the imperial examination 3 years later, he will have to pass at least 9 imperial examinations. This is the first good thing. The second good thing is that he will also pass the imperial examinations. This is the second good thing. The third good thing is naturally." While speaking, Jingshu's face turned red. How could this escape Li Shimin's eyes? He instantly laughed. Not bad, not bad. With that boy's ability, this matter can really be done. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice sounded from the kitchen door. "The food is here. Come and help." Hearing this, Jingshu hurriedly left. In the academy, maids and servants were not allowed to exist in the villa. Every day, there would be people from Tongwei Fong who would come to clean and clear the rubbish. However, in return, no matter who you were, you had to pay a cleaning fee. This was the rule set by Zhang Feng. Even if Mr. Bosher and the others were furious, it was useless. In the end, they could only choose a few clever students from the crowd to be little pages. Only then did they give up. Therefore, in this villa, Jingshu and Zhang Feng had to cook whatever they wanted to eat. There were not many dishes. Most of them were braised dishes. In addition, there were a few plates of stir-fried mushrooms, especially the plate of matsutake mushrooms, which made everyone salivate. As there was no chili, Zhang Feng could only replace the chili with dogwood. Therefore, at this time, it smelled different. However, in the eyes of Li Shimin and the others, this was a table of delicacies that they had never eaten in the palace. After the food and wine were served, Zhang Feng put food into Jingshu's bowl and called out to her, "Come, come, come, don't just look. I've been hungry for a long time. But let me say this first. After we finish eating, we'll talk about other things. How about that?" Li Shimin originally wanted to give Zhang Feng a few glasses of wine to make him faint. However, Zhang Feng refused to let Jingshu leave the table no matter what. At this time, he directly said that this made Li Shimin's little plan die in the womb. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. It seems that this boy already knew. Chapter 1299. Although everyone had their own thoughts during the meal, it was the most unforgettable meal Li Shimin had ever had. That fresh and fragrant smell made Li Shimin want Xiao Gizi to send people to the mountains to look for this mushroom so that he could slowly taste it when he returned. After the meal, in the end, Jingshu retreated. The 3 men sat in the living room and looked at Xiwa. No one knew what they were thinking. Xiwa felt his hair stand on end. After pouring tea for everyone, he hurriedly stayed. Even if Li Shimin asked him to stay, he did not dare to stay. The pressure was too great. Although he really wanted to hear it, but after Xiwa left, Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "Lao Li, do you want to be famous?" Li Shimin. "What do you mean?" Zhang Feng pointed at the door and said, "It's the method of selecting wheat seeds and the new planting method." Li Shimin heard this and could not figure out, even if he racked his brains. Could this thing make a fortune? How can this thing make a fortune? You don't understand, do you? As long as we spread that phosphate fertilizer and the new planting method of wheat, not only will we make a fortune, but all the people of the Tang dynasty will also benefit. Isn't that good? Hey. Li Shimin was even more confused. Wasn't this what he wanted to persuade him? Originally, Li Shimin thought that after the meal, he would persuade Zhang Feng to spread these things to the people of the Tang dynasty. However, he was also worried. This guy was too suspicious. If he did not have a foolproof plan, he would never agree. But now, why did this guy suddenly agree? Seeing Li Shimin's expression, Zhang Feng knew that he did not understand. He sighed and said, "Actually, I thought that this thing must not be spread before this year, but I forgot about the locust plague next year. So when I was cooking just now, I was thinking that this thing is not safe to speak of. When I finish this thing today, I estimate that in less than a day, the news will spread, just like when I took off my boots yesterday. The most important thing is that we can't guess what the emperor is thinking. And what we can think of, the emperor has already thought of many times before, hasn't he? So instead of this, why don't we be one step ahead of the emperor and get as many as we can? When the time comes, even if the emperor knows, he can't do anything, right? Li Shimin was speechless. Did he think that he was a scourge? Was that necessary? However, this also made Li Shimin more cautious. He was too anxious. To be precise, he was too poor at the moment, so he couldn't think of a compromise. Zhang Feng did not care. After all, it was his business to think the same as the emperor. As for the rest, he would talk about it when the time came. Li Shimin thought about it and said, "There were a few times when I told Zhang's son Darren, you don't know, but His Majesty is especially concerned about your affairs. The main reason is because of the Mitsubishi assassin." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. "What do you mean? The emperor knows about the Mitsubishi assassination?" Li Shimin nodded. "What do you think? We are all under the emperor's nose. How can we hide the things that the emperor wants to know?" Zhang Feng sighed. "Damn, it's true. The higher the rank, the more powerful the emperor is. Let's not talk about it. I didn't want to hide this thing in the first place. It's fine as long as we don't let the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs and Guanlong people know about it. As for the rest, I think the emperor will help us hide it, right?" Li Shimin was a little speechless. Think about it. The emperor has been wanting to get rid of them for a long time. Moreover, this kind of magic weapon is the magic weapon of the border area. Do you think the emperor will tell outsiders? I believe that as long as the emperor knows, it will be the safest because the emperor will eliminate those spies who are watching us as soon as possible. What's wrong with that? Zhang Feng was also interested. He had not talked about Xiaozi for a long time. He asked, "Lao Li, how is the matter in Xiaozi?" Li Shimin heard this and couldn't help but have a headache. "You still want to talk about this? Didn't you ask them to delay it?" "Until now, the 3 generals in the army can't wait to go up the mountain and tie you up and take you to Xiaozi City. If it weren't for the emperor, do you think you can stay here so peacefully?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He asked, "What do you mean? Chen Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Yo Jindal no?" "Of course. And it's not just them. General Li Jing and General Qin Xiong all know. You have to know that the thing you made is harder than any weapon in the army now. They said that although this thing doesn't look good and is a little small, it's simply unparalleled in breaking defense. Therefore, the main reason why Lord Zhangsun came to me yesterday was to pass on a message to you." Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously and asked, "What is it?" "His Majesty has given you a secret order, telling you to do all you can to deal with those things you mentioned. Xiaozi can only hold out for a month at most, because the Great Tang spies have already ascertained that Xieli and Tuli have already gathered all the Turkic elites." Chapter 1300. It was a bolt from the blue. Good heavens! Are they trying to take advantage of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Feng knew the current situation of the Turks. After the snow and ice disaster, the locust plague, and the civil strife, a large number of war horses in the Turks were secretly brought to the Tang dynasty by the small tribes to exchange for food. At this time, winter was about to arrive. To be more precise, in the Turkic lands around Lake Baikal. Wasn't it already snowing? Zhang Feng, who was familiar with the map, realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. At this time, the Turks were basically running out of ammunition and food. If they push him too far, he could really do anything. 1 month? Did this mean that they would be able to finish gathering in a month's time? At that time, the 100,000 soldiers of Xiaozi, could they hold on with the current weapons? When these 100,000 soldiers retreated or were defeated and surrounded, the west gate of the Tang dynasty would have no protection at all. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. What does Lord Zhangsun mean? We haven't found the iron yet. I can't do anything about it. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Lord Zhangsun said that this time His Majesty is going to dismantle the iron boat, and His Majesty has begun to negotiate with the people of the Wang clan. Aren't the people of Mount Longsho looking for iron now? His Majesty asked me to ask you, are you sure there's an iron mine in that place? If there is, His Majesty has prepared an imperial edict to give that land to... At this point, Zhang Feng couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Mount Longsho. That place was a good place. Mount Longsho originally belonged to the royal hunting ground. In addition, the imperial manor of the Tang dynasty was there. If that place was given to him, it would be perfect. Li Shimin was also struggling with this matter. After hesitating for a long time and seeing the fervent look in Zhang Feng's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "His Majesty is preparing to send an army to guard Mount Longsho and expel anyone other than our people." When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly became like a deflated balloon, dispirited and listless. "You should have said so earlier. Holy shit, I thought you were going to reward me. Didn't the emperor like to reward people with land? This was simply sigh. This was fate." Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was moaning and groaning. He shook his head in amusement and said, "What? You still want the emperor to bestow this place to you? Now that you mention it, His Majesty really does have this intention. However, the prerequisite is that you have to produce all those weapons and solve the Chioti siege. Otherwise, you see, everything is nonsense. If that's the case, it's simple." Zhang Feng smiled confidently and said, "This matter is very simple. As long as there are mines, and as long as a large number of blacksmiths join us in half a month, I will be able to produce 10,000 strong crossbows, 100 fake ballistae, Zhuge divine crossbows, composite bows, and so on in half a month. But as for the firearms, don't think about it for the time being. Those things need time. Once the crisis in Chioti City is resolved, and if Chen Tinyu and the others can really complete the experiment I mentioned, I will be able to free myself to produce the firearms." Li Shimin couldn't help but say, "Is there no way to bring it forward? This is the best time to destroy the Turks in one fell swoop." Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and looked at Li Shimin up and down in amazement. He said, "Lao Li, why do I suspect that you are even more reckless than old Nio and the others?" Li Shimin's expression froze. He asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Feng was speechless. "Do you want to go to war that much? I thought you were quite refined, but I didn't expect you to be such a restless person deep down in your bones. What are the benefits of going to war? What do we fight for in war? What if we lose in war? Answer these 3 questions of mine first. If you can answer them, I will personally make you a full steel armor. How about it?" Li Shimin was stumped by the questions, but this was not the time to talk about this. However, Li Shimin wanted to wear it. If it was something that Zhang Feng could say, how could it be bad? But Li Shimin also suddenly had a kind of alarm. Previously, in the imperial court, people had been scolding him, saying that he was a reckless person. He had been dissatisfied, but now that Zhang Feng had said the same thing, Li Shimin could not help but pay attention to this problem. He asked, "Feng Zi, you said that I am restless? How can you tell?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "Is there a need to see? Look at you chatting with me. What are you talking about? When we talk about war, you are so excited. Isn't it obvious?" Li Shimin only noticed that something was wrong with him. However, he still asked, "Then tell me, what do you need to go to war? The 3 factors you mentioned, what are they?" Li Shimin was really confused by Zhang Feng. These questions were usually not a problem for him. However, the problem was that he had too many things on his mind at this moment. How could he think so much? Zhang Feng smiled and patted Li Shimin's head. "That's it. You don't even know this. What are you talking about?" Chapter 1301. Li Shimin's face darkened. He slapped away Zhang Feng's devil claw and asked speechlessly, "Why don't you tell me? I know, but you're afraid that you'll feel wrong if I tell you, right?" Hearing that, Zhang Feng took a sip of tea happily and said unhurriedly, "Actually, these things are easy to understand. Think about it first. One of the essential factors of war is the provision of fodder before the troops and horses are mobilized, and fodder is a necessity. Look at the Tang dynasty now. How many torments can it withstand? Moreover, the second thing is the military pay, weapons, and equipment. The third thing is to consider the logistical support of supplies and horses. You don't know any of these things, so why are you so passionate?" Li Shimin heard that. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Damn you. If I say so, you'll probably say that I'm wrong. My goodness, it's all right in your mouth. Can't we have a good and pleasant chat?" Seeing that Li Shimin was about to lose his temper, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "That's enough. You want to go to war? You'd better be a businessman. As for weapons, As long as they're iron, Zhang Feng, will do what I say. But I advise you to tell Lord Zhang's son that you'd better forget about the counterattack. Li Shimin couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. Why? At this time, once your weapons join in, we'll definitely be able to defeat this group of useless things. When the army's morale is slack, it'll be the best time for our army to pursue and attack. At this time, Xieli and Tuli's men are joining forces. Once they finish, we can form a large-scale joint attack camp. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance. Zhang Feng seriously suspected that this guy was a war maniac or a hardcore military fan. If he chased after him at this time, he wouldn't even know how he died. First of all, you don't have enough food to rely on. In a long-distance raid, you definitely won't be able to carry those heavy weapons. Second, are you familiar with the terrain of the grassland? Once the Turks scatter and flee, who will you chase? Li Shimin was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, if they dare to divide their forces, then I will divide my forces too. With divine weapons in my hands, why should I be afraid of them? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin as if he was looking at an idiot and said, I said that there is something wrong with your head. If His Majesty thinks the same as you, then we should quickly pack up and run. We will definitely lose this battle. Li Shimin was frightened by Zhang Feng's words. He hurriedly asked, what do you mean? What do I mean? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, first of all, the Turks are not familiar with the terrain. This is a problem for the Turks, but for our army, there is no advantage at all. As far as I know, the Turks are good at guerrilla warfare, but the tactics that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are familiar with are not suitable for fighting in the grassland. So, once we divide our forces, we will definitely lose. Second, if our soldiers are wiped out in small groups, our weapons will become the enemy's weapons. Coupled with their natural geographical advantage, do you think they will win? This, Li Shimin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He really didn't expect this to be the outcome. Li Shimin dreamed of wiping out the Turks to prevent future troubles. However, he didn't know that there were several excellent opportunities in his eyes, but in Zhang Feng's eyes, there was no chance of winning at all. Could it be that after leading soldiers for so many years, my talent in military is worthless in Zhang Feng's eyes? Li Shimin began to doubt his life. He seriously suspected that Zhang Feng did it on purpose. But now that he thought about it carefully, Zhang Feng's words were indeed reasonable. He was too impulsive. If he really did that, the Tang dynasty would definitely be in a disadvantageous position. Not to mention losing the weapons that he had obtained with great difficulty, it would definitely be more difficult to fight then. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask with some disappointment. Then, according to what you said, there is no chance? There is. Zhang Feng nodded. There will definitely be a chance, but not now. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, Fengzi, you know that the emperor has been brooding over the shame of the Wei River. If you can really help the emperor solve this crisis, it is possible for you to be on the same level as the emperor. Really? Zhang Feng was stunned. But when he looked at Li Shimin, he was instantly discouraged. You speak as if you are on the same level as the emperor. I almost believed you. Come on. If you're the emperor, then I will find a way for you now. But you don't have the final say. Li Shimin saw that there was hope, so he hurriedly said, Fengzi, think about it. Do you still remember the matter of the Wei River Alliance? Zhang Feng nodded. I remember, but Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Isn't that enough? Since you know it, you should also know that this matter has always been a hurdle in His Majesty's heart. Once you can really do it, His Majesty will not let it go. If you can really help the Emperor solve this troublesome matter, then tell me, what will the Emperor do? You think that being on the same level as the Emperor is unreliable, but the Emperor will definitely summon you in advance and reward you with an official position. Zhang Feng sighed and hurriedly stopped Li Shimin. Brother, you are too much. Chapter 1302. Zhang Feng was indeed tempted. Zhang Feng had been thinking about this matter since he had nothing to do before. No one would be at ease if this matter happened to him. But now was not the time to send troops. Thinking that he could meet the Emperor in advance, and this matter was so big, plus he had done so many things before, The emperor should agree to let him become a third-grade official, right? At this moment, Li Chengxian had unknowingly sat down beside Zhang Feng. He used his elbow to nudge Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, I also know about this matter. Last night, I also saw Lord Zhang's son. He asked you about it. I feel that the emperor seems to be very anxious. If you really have a way, do you want to— Okay. Zhang Feng also had to spend a lot of effort talking. The most important thing was, he was sleepy. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, "Actually, it's not that there is no way. As long as the autumn planting is perfectly resolved, then once we have a bumper harvest next year, let alone the Turks, even if His Majesty wants to fight, he'll be able to fight all the way to the Mediterranean." The Mediterranean Sea? Where is that? Li Chengxian and Li Shimin were stunned. This was the first time they had heard of this new place. Zhang Feng's mouth opened wide, and he was so excited that he blurted it out. At this moment, he hurriedly said, "That place is actually Dashi. You know Dashi, right? As long as you take Dashi, you will be able to see that place." They knew about Dashi, but even if they did not count the nights, it would still take them a year to get there. Moreover, this did not include the snow and rain. Only then would they be able to reach Dashi. Such a long journey. Zhang Feng continued. Like I said before, the yield of grain now is only a few dawn per mu. But once the seeds are selected and the method I mentioned is used, as well as the fertilizer, it won't be a problem for the yield to reach 10 dawn per mu. Are you serious? Li Shimin suddenly stood up and stared at Zhang Feng. 10 dawn. He didn't even dare to think about it. In other words, the yield per mu could reach 1,000 caddies? Oh my God! Even a storyteller wouldn't dare to say that. Although Zhang Feng had always said so, they had always treated it as a joke. However, since today, Li Shimin saw the grains that Zhang Feng planted in the soil, he couldn't stay calm anymore. In addition, Li Chengxian was the one who personally participated in the experiment to extract the phosphate fertilizer. No one knew the power of this thing better than him. At this time, Zhang Feng said this again, which was why the two of them were so excited. Zhang Feng seemed to be a little speechless. He looked at the two of them and gestured for them to sit down. "Don't be so surprised, okay? That's enough to scare you. If I tell you that I have a better variety of crops than this wheat, will you die on the spot?" Li Shimin's eyes were red. Food was the foundation of a foothold. With food, what couldn't he do? At this time, Zhang Feng said, "Lao Li, do you remember how I used Tubo and Zhenla to deal with the Turks? This is a strategy, and what sustains this strategy is food. Now that the Tang dynasty is short of food, this relationship is almost on the verge of collapse. But have you thought about it? Once next year, every family will have a bumper harvest, and no one in the Tang dynasty will be short of food. Instead, we will worry about the problem of food sales. What do you think about the Turks and Tubo?" Zhang Feng smiled coldly and said, "At that time, we'll buy a wave of food and wine. When Tubo is completely squeezed dry, only the Turks will be left. I think in half a year next year, when the war horses and even lambs of the Turks are all gone, do you think the Turks will still be a match for the Tang dynasty? Without war horses, what's the difference between the Turks and those damn cows and lambs?" Li Shimin listened to Zhang Feng's description and couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? We've talked about this before. Yes. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said again, "Think about it again. What else can we do with our food?" Li Shimin was thinking about how to destroy the Turks at this time. As for what Zhang Feng said at this time, he really didn't have time to think about it. He waved his hand and said, "Fengzi, tell me." Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin speechlessly and shook his head. In fact, this matter is very easy to understand. Think about it. Why did I choose Qiuzi as the target of this besieging way to save Zhao? And His Majesty will think so too? Li Shimin really couldn't think of this. So at this time, he was too lazy to think about it. He gestured to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Because Qiuzi City is an important trade center that connects the Tang dynasty to the western regions. Once the position of Qiuzi City is stabilized, if we can eliminate the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans and other forces in Guanlong, then this trade lifeline will fall into our hands. Do you feel good?" Chapter 1303. Li Shimin was really scared out of his wits. When Zhang Feng said this, Li Shimin finally reacted. You mean we can kill two birds with one stone by choosing Qiuzi? Zhang Feng nodded. You finally realized it. That's right. For the time being, only the goods of the Tang dynasty can be transported out of the Tang dynasty on the water route. However, if foreign merchants want to come to the Tang dynasty, they will still take the land route. As for the water route, you have seen their ships. They can't compare with the ships of the Tang dynasty at all. Therefore, the land route is their first choice. What would they choose in the past? They would choose to sell some precious goods nearby. Qiuzi City is basically where nearly half of the important trade of the Tang dynasty gathers. This time, as long as we act fast enough, even if they realize what we are doing, what can they do? Do you think they'll eat us? We are helping the soldiers of the Tang dynasty eliminate the spies in the city. As long as we capture Qiuzi, our food will not only be sold to the surrounding small countries, but we can also take it to places farther away, such as Persia and Arabia. Think about it carefully. When the time comes, what will the emperor think when he sees Chang and city 10 times more lively than it is now? When the emperor's treasury is full, what will he think? Don't worry. Don't worry. We're doing this for the sake of His Majesty. Besides, didn't you just say that this is His Majesty's sore spot? As long as we help the emperor get rid of his sore point, will the emperor care about the reactions of the 5 families and 7 clans? When the time comes, I'm afraid that the people of the 5 families and 7 clans won't be able to sit still and will come to talk to us. Looking at the smile on Zhang Feng's face, Li Shimin could not help but tremble. He suddenly had the illusion that he was being targeted by a fox. Isn't Zhang Feng that fox? What the F***CK? However, Li Shimin was still somewhat worried. He asked, what you said is very good, but the Turks, Indians, and Tubo people aren't fools. If we really take Qiuzi, won't we be attacked from both sides? Zhang Feng pointed to his head and said, as long as the soldiers guarding the city don't have pig brains, the city won't be lost. Moreover, it will become the strongest fortress other than the imperial city. Because we have an endless supply of ballistae. There was also the indestructible crossbow and crossbow bolts. As long as he had these things, let him come. The more that come, the more that die. This time, Li Shimin no longer doubted Zhang Feng's words. In fact, they could not wait any longer. Then let's do it now. Zhang Feng was confused. What? Isn't it just a matter of getting the seeds and phosphorus fertilizer? Zhang Feng spread his hands. The seeds are too simple. I'm too lazy to do it. If you want to do it, ask Tai Niu and the others. It's a foolproof operation. It's simple and worry-free. Li Shimin seriously suspected that Zhang Feng was scolding him, but he had no evidence. However, this matter was too big, and he didn't dare to make a decision on the spot. He rubbed his swollen head. At this moment, Zhang Feng yawned and said, Okay, it's getting late. I have to go to sleep. This is too King troublesome. You guys are really too much. Don't you think it's too big of a deal? Li Shimin also had the intention to leave. However, when he heard Zhang Feng's words and looked outside, he mistakenly thought that it was already dark. However, when he saw that the sun was still above his head, he thought that this kid was going to sleep. Could it be that he was going to Jingshu at this thought? Li Shimin laughed and revealed a knowing look. Then I won't disturb your mood. I'll get someone to send you a card of velvet next time. However, as someone who has been through this before, I still have to remind you that you have to restrain yourself. Zhang Feng. Velvet? Restrain? I'll restrain your second uncle. Watching Li Shimin laugh as he left, Zhang Feng waved his fist fiercely. He was really sleepy. Too many things had happened recently. Besides, Zhang Feng had always had the habit of taking afternoon naps. Once it was time, he would be extremely sleepy. As soon as Li Shimin left Zhang Feng's villa, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He waved his hand and said, Follow me down the mountain quickly. Li Chengxian also knew that this matter was very serious. Without hesitation, he hurriedly called Little Gizi and the others and hurried down the mountain. After all, this matter was too serious. They had to make plans first. Most importantly, Li Shimin still wanted to ask Fang Xianling. This old man, why didn't he report such a big matter to him? It was time to give him a warning. Little Gizi and the others didn't know what was going on with the emperor, but they could guess from afar that the emperor was in a good mood today. When he left the room, he was smiling. However, why did his expression become so serious when he left the room? Could it be that something big had really happened? Just as little Gizi's imagination was running wild, Li Shimin's dignified voice faintly sounded from a sedan. Pass down the order, go to Duke Liang's residence. Yes. Chapter 1304. Marquis Liang's mansion was not far from Zhang Feng's mansion. However, for special reasons, not only Fang Xianling, but even Wei Zheng, who lived next door to Zhang Feng, did not dare to live here casually. He had not even returned to the mansion for a long time. However, when Zhang Feng was not there, they would come back from the Furong Garden, which was originally used for cooling and handling government affairs. As for the Hibiscus Garden, only the emperor, the retired emperor, and the princes and dukes had the qualifications to enter and stay for a short period of time during the hot summer months. And this qualification was just a word from the emperor. However, because of Zhang Feng, basically, the Hibiscus Garden had already become the daily residence of the various Grand Dukes. Fortunately, the Hibiscus Garden was sufficiently large, and it was even not inferior to the Great Bright Palace. At this time, Marquis Liang's mansion was very lively. About 10 carriages and sedans were parked at the door. The security at the entrance was also stricter than usual. In the living room of the mansion, smoke and dust had long been lingering. Cheng Yaojin and the others were sitting here neatly with their limbs spread out, smoking. Wei Zheng was walking around in the living room with his hands behind his back, sighing from time to time. Cheng Yaojin could not help but feel impatient. He stared at Wei Zheng and said, "Old man Wei, can you be quiet? Even the emperor doesn't know about it. And even if the emperor knows about it, according to that guy's nature, this thing will definitely work. What are you afraid of?" Wei Zheng glared at Cheng Yaojin angrily. Seeing that the blanket at his feet was smoking, he stepped forward angrily and stamped out the cigarette butt. He said fiercely, yes, you are not in a hurry. Have you thought about it? The autumn planting will be over in less than a month. Even if this guy has the ability to screw the heavens, can he make all the people in the Tang dynasty use this phosphate fertilizer? Besides, that guy is just talking nonsense. Have you seen the real effect of the phosphate fertilizer? What if that thing didn't work? What if they ended up with no harvest? Have you not seen old bull's condition before? That thing can kill people. What if? Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and glared at Wei Zheng. What if what? Look at your son. Isn't he poisoned as well? But what happened next? A few jars of vinegar and nothing will happen. Take a look at old Fang. That old fellow has personally gone down to the ground to eat dirt. Ask him to tell you if this thing is useful or not. That piece of land is equivalent to a huge jar of vinegar. Tell me, if this thing were to go down, let's not talk about whether it would be useful or not. Just this sour thing of his would make it so that nothing would happen to the Zhuang family, right? Fang Xuanling's expression was ugly. He didn't expect the two of them to quarrel and drag him into it. Most importantly, you said that old man eats dirt? What did that mean? You're cursing me, aren't you? The more he thought about it, the more awkward he felt. Fang Xianling stood up speechlessly and said, Okay, stop quarreling. Old He is right about this. Last time when I went to see Fengzi, he really compared the soil to the Zhuang family. Your family has hundreds or even thousands of mu of fertile land. If you don't believe me, you can eat dirt in the field. Once you eat it, you'll know. Li Shimin was very generous. However, because the national treasury was empty, it was difficult to reward these dukes every time he wanted to. The official rank would be full, but the reward from the national treasury was not much. What should he do? In the end, the emperor and the empress discussed in bed and immediately thought of an excellent solution. What do they lack the most? Land. And it was a large piece of land. Because of the years of war, the Tang dynasty was simply vast but sparsely populated. Therefore, Li Shimin waved his hand. He directly and generously rewarded them with land. In order to show the emperor's kindness, he rewarded them with hundreds of mu of land. If they only received a few mu of land, or dozens of mu of land, they would be too stingy. Li Shimin felt that he could not afford to lose face like that. As a result, although all the ministers now were looking forward to a promotion day and night, they could not do anything about it. The land of their family kept skyrocketing, but their official rank did not change at all. His mother couldn't help but feel distressed. It was a good thing to have more land, but it was not entirely a good thing. The tax had to be taken into account. Every year, the tax had to be paid as much as possible. Otherwise, the emperor would be unhappy. Therefore, the emperor was more diligent in giving out land. Anyway, he had a lot of land. Moreover, the land was uncultivated. If he gave it to these people, not only could it generate income for them, but more importantly, the tax burden of his national treasury would gradually be replenished. It was simply a continuous money-making machine. But in this way, all the ministers were worried when they heard that the emperor was going to reward them. How was that a reward? It was simply increasing their burden, okay? This thing, who did not have hundreds of mu of land. Sometimes, they did not even know how much land they had. They only knew that every year, the granaries of their families did not increase by much. That was not a big deal. The most important thing was, the saddest thing was, the emperor was still rewarding them with land. It was really Tesco. Chapter 1305. I'm happy to see you. The emperor waved his hand and rewarded you with 100 mu of fertile land full of thatch. You're pleasing to the eye. Reward. You've done a good job. Reward. Ever since Fong Xianling came up with this signing rewards and punishment list, the minister's days of hardship had really come. As long as the ministers showed up on time every month, from the Minister of Internal Affairs to the small county magistrate of Chong and City, they would all receive one word: reward. Although the national treasury was now abundant. Don't expect the emperor to reward you with money. That's just a dream. The emperor waved his hand. Reward. 500 mu of fertile land. This was the most painful thing for them. What was this? This wasn't a reward, this was a punishment. Especially this year, when the locust plague arrived, it was simply a disaster for them. But what could they do? They had to accept the reward from the emperor, even if they had tears in their eyes. Otherwise, they would be defying the emperor's edict. If the group of civil officials saw this, they would talk about it again. That wouldn't be worth it. Who knew the pain in their hearts? But now it was okay. After the worship ceremony yesterday, Fong Xianling found a few people and whispered about it. Everyone couldn't help but be angry. This was equivalent to finding a way for them to survive. Therefore, when they got off work today, they came together to ask Fong Xianling if this matter was true. If it was true, then they would really be rich this year. But the most important problem at this time was that Niu Jinda's precedent was there. What if the food grown from this thing was poisonous? After all, this thing had never existed before. At this time, everyone's face was full of hesitation. Du Ruhui knew Fong Xianling better. He touched his finger that was a little yellow from the smoke and said, Master Fong, why don't we wait for Ui to come back and ask her properly? There's no need to ask. Last night, Ui already told me what happened on the mountain yesterday. Fong Xianling smiled faintly. His eyes quickly scanned the group of people. Only then did he leisurely smoke his cigarette, stroke his beard, and stop talking. But at this time, Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji stood up almost at the same time and asked in unison, What are they doing on the mountain? Fong Xuanling's expression froze. He asked, Why didn't your family come back last night? But AI said they went down the mountain together. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Cheng Yaojin in confusion and asked, Old Hey, your virgin didn't go back? Everyone instantly realized something and looked at each other. Instantly, they were so angry that their beards were about to explode. Damn it, this group of little bastards. For such an important matter, they actually dared to stay out all night last night for this daddy. Needless to say, at this time, Wei Zheng and the others didn't know. What did that mean? It meant that these little bastards didn't come back last night. However, everyone suddenly looked at Du Ruhui. Du Ruhui sighed and said, Don't look at me. That little bastard of mine didn't come back either. At this time, everyone felt very balanced. They scolded Cheng Chumo and the others for a while, but no one said anything harsh. After everyone sat down, Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Master Fong, I think it's better for you to talk about this matter. Your son is still the best." Seeing this, Fong Xinling laughed and said with emotion, "It's not that my son is good, it's that my son is honest to begin with." TSK. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. It was considered that they agreed with Fong Xinling. Fong Xinling coughed and said without blushing or panting, "Actually, the matter is simple. Yesterday, didn't the emperor deliberately let Zhang Feng not attend the ceremony? In the end, this kid finally realized it and went up the mountain. In the end, guess what happened? How could everyone have the leisure to guess? They impatiently urged, 'Hurry up and say it. Why are you dawdling? If you have the time, you would have explained it long ago. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you dawdle, I'll pull out your beard.'" As Cheng Yao Jin clenched his fists, Fong Xinling hurriedly wiped his beard and said, "This kid took off his boots and went to work." Hiss. Took off his boots. Zhang Feng took off his boots. This was a little bit like Zhang Feng. If it was someone else, they would really think about the issue of identity. However, this set of theories was just a decoration for Zhang Feng. This kid had always been a master who did not play by the rules. The most important thing was, what was the fuss about taking off his boots? Who would not take off their boots? But if you do it in front of those old antiques, it would seem a little everyone also realized where the problem was. They curiously urged again. Fong Xinling said unhurriedly, "This kid not only took off his boots, but also scolded all the Confucians in the world, saying that all the Confucians in the world are just superficial guys. Most importantly, this kid said it in front of Mr. Bashi and more than 3,000 students in the academy." This, Wei Zheng and others could not help but be confused. At this time, they looked at each other and did not know what to say. In the end, they just gave a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." Chapter 1306. Fong Xinling said unhurriedly, "That's not all. The most important thing is that this guy not only did that, but also did a great thing. If old man is right, once this thing is done, your burden will become your biggest treasure bowl." This time, Zhang Sun Wuji and others were all shocked. What was their biggest burden? No need to think. No need to say. They all understood. At least this was what they were talking about now. Land. The most important thing was that they were basically the biggest landlords in the Tang dynasty. It was nothing in normal days. However, in a disaster year like this had become their biggest problem. If this kid could really solve this problem, then he would definitely be able to do it. What was that? That was something that would benefit the future. Everyone in the imperial court was grimacing over this matter. Everyone was worried and looking forward to the autumn planting. But at this critical juncture, Zhang Feng had announced that he could use a wondrous method to resolve the imperial court's greatest problem and turn the Great Tang's greatest problem into its greatest advantage. How could they not be excited? At this time, Zhang Feng was simply everyone's great benefactor. Looking at everyone's expressions, Fong Xinling took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and happily lit another cigarette. At this time, his mood was better than anyone else's. No, since that day when he went to the field with Zhang Feng, Fong Xinling seemed to be 10 years younger. All of this was attributed to Zhang Feng's words. He could make the Zhuang family, who originally could produce 5 or 6 dawn per mu, more than double in an instant. What was this? This was not only Fong Xuanling's savior, but also the meritorious minister of the entire Tang dynasty. Fong Xuanling's salary was not much, plus the expenses of the whole family. Without the support of the profits from the salt, braised meat, and other industries last time, Fong Xinling did not dare to imagine the current situation. What was this? This was all thanks to Zhang Feng. If it were not for Zhang Feng, he did not dare to imagine what kind of life he would have at this time. Eating meat and drinking wine every meal, it was good enough to be full. And the most important thing was, once this phosphate fertilizer that could increase the yield of crops was really successful, or it could really have an effect, look, what kind of horrible scene was that? At this time, when Fong Xinling thought of the prosperous scene that Zhang Feng told him, it could still make his blood boil. Everyone would no longer lack of food and no longer be afraid of food. This was something he dared not to dream. As the head of the Secretariat, the number of memorials he received every day was simply uncountable. But what did these memorials talk about? They all wanted food. They wanted food. But how much surplus food in the national treasury? He knew it better than anyone. To put it bluntly, the amount of grain stored in the national treasury was not even as much as what he had in his residence. How horrible was this? In addition, it was the autumn planting season. It was also the time for the officials to open the warehouse and release the seeds. But at this time, what could the emperor give? These were all things. But as the head of the Secretariat, he looked forward to Zhang Feng's good news every day. But what did he receive in these few days? At this time, he was looking at Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. Feng Xianling laughed even more happily. He even laughed out loud. Zhang Sun Wuji saw this and said speechlessly, "I say, Master Feng, if you want to say something, just say it. Why are you looking at me and laughing?" When everyone saw that Feng Xianling was really laughing at this time, they could not help but want to beat him up. This old guy was not like this usually. Did he learn bad things from Zhang Feng? They could not help but have red eyes. Feng Xianling also felt that danger was approaching and hurriedly said, I'll say it, okay? I just thought a funny thing. Look at how anxious you are. Old man, let me give you a heads up. Don't get too excited later. The old man only prepared one set of longevity materials. F***CK. Old man, are you cursing us in a roundabout way? To think that I've always said that you're upright, but it turns out that you're such a bad person. Seeing that everyone was really angry, Feng Xianling was not afraid. Instead, he said lightly, I remember that your mansion seems to have more than 600 mu of farmland, but almost half of it is abandoned, right? If it were me, I would advise you to go back now and plow your idle fields. Wait for Feng Zi's news. Next year, the old man guarantees that you will have so much food that you will have to sleep on it. Cheng Yaojin's claws were 3 inches away from Feng Xuanling's beard, but after hearing this, he could not help but be stunned. He asked, what do you mean? Zhang Sun Wuji and the others were also stunned. Living on a pile of food? Was this a joke? When they dreamed, they did dream about it. But in reality, could it be? Feng Xianling smiled faintly and stared into Cheng Yaojin's eyes and said, because Feng Zi improved the planting method yesterday. If you really do as he said, I guarantee that your food will really double. And this is just a conservative estimate. Chapter 1307. What? Was it true? Zhang Feng, that little bastard, was not one to brag. When it came to serious business, he never lied. What he said was a conservative estimate, but it was basically a done deal. If the phosphate fertilizer was true, how much wheat could be harvested from 1 mu of land? Gulp. Cheng Yaojin swallowed hard and asked excitedly, is what you said true? When has old man ever lied to others? If this old man's guess is correct, His Majesty should already know by now. Moreover, based on Feng Zi's character, do you think that Feng Zi won't bring His Majesty to see the wheat fields he planted? Hearing this, only then did everyone remember that after they finished their morning exercises, when they saw the emperor, they found that the emperor seemed to have something on his mind. Moreover, he seemed to have a lot on his mind. After he hurriedly finished his morning court session, he hurriedly left the court session. And who were these people? Everyone had been out with His Majesty. How could they not know that His Majesty was going to see Feng Zi? If that was the case, wouldn't this matter be set in stone? Thinking that His Majesty would know about it, they became even more anxious. The first thing that came to their mind was whether the emperor would take back their land. After all, they had told the emperor many times that it was difficult to grow crops in a roundabout way. Thinking of this, they became even more anxious. Even Wei Zheng was a little anxious. He hurriedly asked, Master Feng, tell us, what is this new method? Feng Xianling was very comfortable at this time. Looking at everyone's anxious eyes, he said with a smile, Don't worry, don't worry, my ass. Believe it or not, if you continue to waste time with Lao Tzu will punch you. Do you think you can stand it? Yu Qigong couldn't sit still. He was the same as Cheng Yaojin. Not only did he have to support his family, but he also had to support the entire military camp. He also had to help those veterans who were disabled because of their injuries. Originally, They didn't need to worry about this matter. Every year, the imperial court would distribute large amounts of food and money, but this year was different. This year, not to mention them, even the military camp did not have enough food. Where they find the spare money to feed these people? However, they were generals. What they saw was definitely not worth it. If these people were left alone, where would the morale of the army be? Would they still need to recruit soldiers in the future? These were all things that they needed to consider. How could the grain and money distributed by the imperial court be enough? Although Zhang Feng could stuff some of them in, that was the academy, not a shelter. If that guy was driven to a corner, he would be in trouble. Cheng Yaojin came to his senses at this time. He grabbed Feng Xuanling's collar and asked in a trembling voice, "Tell me, how could Feng Xianling withstand this?" His face instantly turned pale. When Du Ruhui saw this, he hurriedly slapped Cheng Yaojin's hand away and scolded, "Old He, you better know your place. Do you really want to take Master Feng's life?" Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin's face froze. He hurriedly let go and laughed. "Isn't this urgent? You also know that I have thousands of people to feed. That's why." Feng Xianling calmed down for a long time before he recovered. He waved his hand and said, forget it. Old man can understand how Old He and the others feel. But this matter, I'm just talking about it here. Once you leave this door, you all know, right?" Everyone nodded. Wasn't this nonsense? Without the emperor's approval, even if you gave them 10 heads, they wouldn't dare to reveal this matter. That was not something as simple as losing their heads. Even more seriously, it might cause a riot among the people. Just as Feng Xianling was talking about the screening method that Zhang Feng mentioned, on the other side, in Niu Jinda's residence, 2 strong men, one big and one small, were lying in the courtyard. One of them was holding a jar of vinegar in his hand and kept burping. The other one had one of his legs wrapped tightly and was resting on a tree branch. His snores were deafening, and at this moment, a servant suddenly whispered in Niu Jinda's ear. Hearing this, Niu Jinda opened his eyes in an instant and slapped the servant in the face, causing the servant to spin in a circle on the spot. "You said that those old things went to Liang Guogong's residence?" That servant was originally Niu Jinda's bodyguard. Because he was injured, he stayed in Niu Jinda's residence. He had long been used to this. He laughed and covered his swollen cheek. "Master, this lowly servant dares to lie about this matter? This lowly servant saw it with my own eyes." Niu Jinda heard this and narrowed his eyes slightly. He asked, "That old man Yuqi and Old He, those 2 fools, didn't they leave behind any instructions?" "Yes." The personal guards of the 2 generals told this lowly one that they said that the Duke went to Duke Feng's estate because of something that could increase the harvest of grain. What? When Niu Jinda heard this, he instantly sat up. This angry shout scared Niu Jinhu so much that his whole body trembled. He also got up and subconsciously kicked the ground with his legs, but the next moment the pain from his broken leg made him howl loudly. Niu Jinda was so angry that he slapped him on the head. Perhaps because of his broken leg, when Niu Jinda's palm landed on his head, it became a gentle caress. "Lower your voice." After scolding Niu Jinhu, Niu Jinda looked at the servant again and asked, "Is what you said true?" "It's absolutely true." This lowly one personally inquired about it. Moreover, the guard of the Duke of Wei estate is from the same hometown as this lowly one. After drinking 3 cups of wine, this brat confessed everything. He said that after Master Feng secretly went to see young Master Zhang Feng last time, he was overjoyed. When he returned home, he immediately plowed the several hundred mu of land that had been abandoned for a long time. Chapter 1308. That was quite a rare sight. Feng Xianling had always regarded the land given by the emperor as a burden. Moreover, he had a lot of food at home, but the emperor would reward him with dozens or hundreds of mu of land every year. However, Feng Xianling had always planted as much as he could. But this time, what exactly happened? What made this old guy suddenly change his personality? Niu Jinda hugged the jar of vinegar and took a big gulp. He burped and said, "Continue." Seeing this, the servant became bolder. He stood up and said, and I heard that Master Fong took out all the savings in the family to buy land. What's more, Master Fong secretly went to the treasury to borrow money to buy land. This was a strange thing. This old man had always been an honest man and treated money like dirt. Something big must have happened for him to go and borrow money. Niu Jindao was not stupid. After a series of things, he could not help but think of an important person. That was Zhang Feng. Could it be that this was because of what Zhang Feng said? That made this old guy change his personality? Moreover, land was the biggest pain in the heart of every minister. But when he thought of this, Niu Jindao waved his hand and said, "Quickly send people to investigate." Yes. Hearing this, the servant was ready to run. But Niu Jindao looked at the jar of vinegar in his hand and said, "This jar of aged vinegar is for you. Drink it all before he goes. When he comes back, Lao Tzu will reward each of you with a jar of aged vinegar." In an instant, the servant was not calm. The smile on his face gradually froze. He held the vinegar in his arms and wanted to slap himself. When Niu Jindao burped, he dodged. Why did Lao Tzu dodge? This was great. A jar of vinegar. But seeing Niu Jindao looking at him, and even Niu Jianhu looking at him with a playful expression, he could only force a smile that was uglier than crying. Bracing himself, he tilted his head back and gulped down the wine. He didn't want to drink either, but if they made Master unhappy, it would be fatal. Instead of lying down for a whole day, he thought that it would be more practical to drink a jar of vinegar. After all, the old master had been drinking it for so many days, while the other person drank it every day. Why didn't anything happen to him? After seeing that the servant was done being jealous, Niu Jindao pouted and said, "Go to the accountant's office and withdraw 100 strings of money. If it's not enough, just withdraw more. But you have to do this well for me. If you mess it up, you know the consequences." When the servant heard this, it was as if he had been granted amnesty. He nodded repeatedly and slipped away. When the servant ran away, Niu Jianhu asked curiously, "Father, what happened?" Niu Jindao looked at Niu Jianhu's right leg on the ground and asked with some emotion, "Your leg is fine, right?" Seeing that Niu Jindao didn't answer his question, Niu Jianhu quickly moved his right leg and said, "Although I can't do any big exercise for the time being, I can still walk a few steps." When Niu Jindao heard this, he nodded excitedly. "This is all thanks to Feng Zi. Haven't you thought about how to repay Feng Zi?" "I have." Niu Jianhu's eyes instantly turned red and said, "After I retire, I will never leave Feng Zi's side. I will only be loyal to Feng Zi for the rest of my life." "Huh!" Niu Jindao gave Niu Jianhu a slap on the head and said, "Don't tell me you want to follow that bastard Feng Zi's surname? Repayment is guaranteed, but under the fate of our military family, there can only be one loyal minister. That is the emperor." This was their mission and also their destiny. Although they now had great power, there were many lessons learned from the mistakes of others. There were also many eyes watching them from behind. He was grateful to Zhang Feng for saving his life, and he would not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. However, loyalty would only be shown to the emperor. Even if he wanted to say it, he could only say it in his heart. Niu Jianhu obviously hadn't thought so far ahead. After all, he was only 19 years old. However, Niu Jindao was somewhat gratified. After all, his son didn't disgrace him. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. All right, there are some things that you can just say in your heart. At most, you still have to put it into action. Zhang Feng is so cunning that he won't take a fancy to you. However, your leg is fine now. Don't you want to go and thank Feng Zi? After hearing this, Niu Jianhu finally understood. He hurriedly picked up the bamboo stick on the ground and was about to go out. However, he was stopped by Niu Jindao and scolded. "You're going just like that? Where are you going?" Niu Jianhu was stunned. "Didn't you say that Feng Zi is on the mountain? Moreover, I'm so bored at home. I've long wanted to go back to the mountain." Niu Jindao heard this and sighed. "You silly boy, what gift do you think you're going to bring?" Niu Jianhu was in a dilemma. It was too vulgar to give money. Besides, would Feng Zi lack money? What should he give? Suddenly, Niu Jian and Hui turned their heads and stared straight at the statue of Guan Yu in the living room of their home. Their eyes shone brightly. Neo Jinda's eyelids twitched. However, in the end, Neo Jinda also sighed and smiled. Forget it. This painting will be Feng Zi's. Let's go. Let's go to his residence to eat and drink. Chapter 1309. Neo Jinda looked reckless on the outside. Moreover, he appeared to be rash and reckless outside, but he was not like that. The real Neo Jinda was exceptionally shrewd and calculating. Otherwise, how could he become a general at the age of 35? Wasn't that nonsense? At this time, it was obvious that Feng Xianling and the other old men were on guard. If they went up the mountain now, they would definitely bump into the emperor. And most importantly, even if they went up the mountain, would Fengzi tell him so honestly? Now, it was impossible to go to Feng Xuanling's mansion. Where else could it be? Of course, it was Zhang Feng's mansion. There were some things that Zhang Feng naturally would not tell others. For example, how many times did Zhang Feng, the bastard, say that there was no wine, but what happened later? This guy always made wine in the tavern. What did this mean? Everyone was the same. Good things should always be prepared at home. The more Neo Jinda thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, Zhang Feng had a criminal record. Neo Jinda's mansion, although not in the residence of the 16th prince, was not far from it. And most importantly, Zhang Feng's mansion originally belonged to the retired emperor. All the traffic, safety, scenery, and so on were the best in the whole area. After coming out of Xining Square, they turned a corner and went straight to Zhang Feng's mansion. At this time, Jia Daoren was gone at the gate of Zhang Feng's mansion, but the rest of the people were staring at everyone passing by the gate like knives. They seemed to be on guard against something. When Neo Jinda's sedan appeared in the vision of the servants, the soldiers who were patrolling all surrounded the gate of Zhang Feng's mansion. After all, they used to be soldiers, so they could see that Neo Jinda's sedan was coming for the mansion. When Neo Jinda's sedan landed, the housekeeper, Du Ziding, had already appeared at the gate. The moment he saw Neo Jinda, Du Ziding's eyelids twitched, and he grinned and laughed. Old Master Neo is here? Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. Neo Jindao waved his hand and glanced at the servants who were trembling all over. He then cupped his fists and said, "It's fine. I wonder if Feng Zi is in the residence." Du Ziding naturally didn't notice the strange behavior of the servants behind her. She sighed and said, "Master Neo, please come inside. Come in and sit down. Let's talk." Neo Jinda laughed and said, "Good, good, good." While speaking, he walked side by side with Du Ziding. However, after Du Ziding saw Neo Jinhu, her eyes couldn't help but pop out as she exclaimed, "Young noble Neo's legs are healed." Neo Jinda glanced at Neo Jinhu, who was trembling on crutches, and said, "He hasn't recovered yet. He can only walk a few steps." However, this kid couldn't sit still and insisted on coming to see Feng Zi, wanting to thank Feng Zi in person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep early. I had no choice but to bring him to pay Feng Zi a visit. It just so happens that I also wanted to thank Feng Zi. Ayaya, Master Neo, you've come to wrong time. Neo Jinda pretended to be surprised and said, "What's wrong?" After Du Ziding welcomed Neo Jinda and his son into the yard, she said, "My master didn't come back at all yesterday. He went directly from Chang and University to White Deer College. Even yesterday morning, Second Madam was picked up by someone sent by Mr. Bosher to the mountain." "I see." Neo Jinda pretended to sigh. However, he was already overjoyed in his heart. Wasn't it better if they weren't here? However, he still had to put on a show. He slapped his thigh and said, let's go to the academy. Son, let's go." Neo Jinhu didn't cower. He glanced at Neo Jinda's face and suddenly said, "Father, my legs hurt again." "What?" Neo Jinda was shocked. He hurriedly squatted down to hold Neo Jinhu's legs and asked, Come on, carry the young master to the carriage." Du Ziding was also shocked. Old Neo and his son were the old master's brothers. If the old master heard about this, wouldn't he offend someone? At the thought of this, Du Ziding hurriedly said, "Master Neo, don't be impatient. Come on, quickly carry young Master Neo to the guest room in the mansion to rest. Master Neo, don't be anxious. How can I not be anxious? My son studied the books of the saints. He naturally has to learn to be grateful. At this time, he must go up the mountain personally to thank his teacher. When Nyo Jinda heard this, he started to talk noisily. As he spoke, Du Zeding's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Master Nyo, this is also the old master's mansion. Moreover, you and the old master are brothers. Why don't you wait for the young master to rest for a while before going up the mountain? If the young master's legs are injured again, this old man can't bear the blame. Just take it as giving this old man some face. How about it? Seeing this, Nyo Jinda sighed and pretended to be struggling in his heart. He said, "All right then. Since you've said so, if I don't show you kindness, then I really can't come again." When Du Zeding heard this, she beamed and said, "Then please take a seat in the living room. Master Nyo, come on, quickly prepare the best wine and dishes." Chapter 13:10. Nyo Jinda was so happy. At the table, Zhang Tai told Du Zeding about how he looked for phosphate ores, what he heard from Feng Zi and Long Yudao, and what he heard about the war in the outer space. He even made Du Zeding, who was still in a daze, fall to the ground. This time, Nyo Jinda looked at the butler who was snoring on the table and said, "Brother Du, old Du Zeding." Seeing that Du Zeding was really drunk, Nyo Jinda then shouted, "Someone!" The maid who had been waiting at the door hurried in. Seeing the butler like this, she was also flustered. Nyo Jinda said, "Quickly carry your butler away. He's drunk." Oh. A few little maids hurriedly carried the butler out of the living room. In an instant, a few servants seemed to want to show off in front of the woman and hurried forward to help. In an instant, the entire front yard of the mansion was in a mess. Seeing this, Nyo Jinda lit a cigarette and sat for a while before slowly getting up. But when he walked out of the door, he found that there was still a manservant guarding the door. After seeing Nyo Jinda, the manservant bowed respectfully. "Master Nyo, I'm drunk. I'm going to sit in the garden. I've heard Feng Zi boast that his 4 courtyards each have their own merits. Why don't you show me around? By the way, I can sober up. I might have to bring your master back tonight." Hearing this, the manservant dared not say anything. He could only hurriedly lead Nyo Jinda around the courtyard. How could Nyo Jinda be in the mood to change the courtyard? When he was chatting with Du Zeding just now, he had basically figured out the situation of the courtyard thoroughly. And what surprised him the most was the east courtyard. After all, the 3 courtyards in the south, west, and north were all fine. Everyone could go in and out. But only the east courtyard. It was said that it was fine before, but since a month ago, Zhang Feng found 3 old guys from Tonghui Fong from outside. No one was allowed to enter the east courtyard, including the second madam, Jing Shu. Only the 3 old men took turns to guard the courtyard. This piqued Nyo Jinda's interest. "Brat, I've heard from your master that there are some rare flowers and plants in the east courtyard. Aren't you going to bring me to take a look? The things here are basically the same as the plants in my residence. It's boring to look at them. Quickly lead me there." The manservant was greatly alarmed when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Master Nyo, you can't. Nyo Jinda stared and asked, "What?" "Master once said that other than his orders, no one is allowed to enter Dongguan. So, Master Nyo, it's better if you don't go. When old master returns, please let old master personally." Bullshit. In an instant, Nyo Jinda's ruffian style broke out. He stared at the waiter and said, "Yesterday, I was drinking with your master at Chong'an University. He also said that he wanted me to come here to admire his East Court today. Why is he not here? His words don't count, do they?" The manservant instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The relationship between Master Nyo and the others was obvious to all. Moreover, at this time, the housekeeper was drunk and the woman was not here. They could not make the decision. Seeing this, Nyo Jinda shouted again, "What? Do you really want me to go and invite Feng Zi here now?" Okay, come here. Quickly go up the mountain and ask Feng Zi to come down the mountain. Just say that old Nyo, was bullied in his residence and I can't even look around the courtyard. What kind of logic is this? What do you mean? The servant basically knew Nyo Jinda. At this time, when he saw Nyo Jinda angry, he was also frightened. He hurriedly went forward to persuade him and kept winking at the manservant. "Brat, Isn't it just looking at the courtyard? It's not going to the master's main room. What are you afraid of? You can't even do such a small thing. If the master knows about it, have you thought about the consequences? Our master values brotherhood the most. If he knows about it, you brat, just wait to get out of here. Niu Jinda looked at them with a smile. At this time, he said, by the way, Feng Zi said that he wants the Guan Yu painting in my house. That is the one and only authentic painting in the world. Back then, I was reluctant to sell it even if someone offered 10,000 gold. This time, Feng Zi cured my father and I, so I took it and prepared to give it to Feng Zi as a thank you gift. Alas, but you have disappointed me too much. Forget it, forget it. I'm leaving. Guan Yu painting? The manservant did not know, but the old soldiers and servants all knew. Back then, this thing was bestowed by the emperor. It was spread out from the palace of the previous dynasty. Even if it was not authentic, what was it? This was something bestowed by the emperor. Its significance was extraordinary. At this time, this blind thing. This was simply, Master was the most affectionate and righteous. This was known by everyone. Wasn't this Guan Yu painting a good match for Master? The servants hurriedly surrounded Niu Jinda and apologized. Master Niu, you must calm down. This little thing has just come to the residence, and he doesn't know many things. Isn't it just going to the east courtyard to take a look? Go, 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 I will go with you. Yes, 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 go, go, we will all go with you. Whoever doesn't let you in, I will be the first to beat him. Surrounded by the servants, Niu Jinda breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. If I say too much, Feng Zi will think that I am a little narrow-minded. Let's go around. Father, wait for me. I want to go too. Chapter 1311. Niu Jinda turned his head and saw Niu Jinhu running towards them with only one leg. Behind him, there were also a few young maidservants with red faces following closely behind him. Niu Jinda scolded them. Don't run around if your leg is not good. What if you make Feng Zi worried? It's okay. I want to see Feng Zi's courtyard. Besides, Feng Zi is here. Even if it's broken, we can just reconnect it. Besides, we're in Feng Zi's mansion. Nothing will go wrong. The servants felt ashamed when they heard that. They hurriedly asked someone to find a bamboo pole and tied it to the leg of Zhang Feng's favorite recliner. They lifted Niu Jinhu up and went to the east courtyard. Seeing that, only then did the father and son smile knowingly. The east courtyard was not big. However, the arched door of the east courtyard was blocked by a few wooden planks. An old man was taking a nap at the door. However, when the old man heard the clamor, he didn't wake up from his stupor. However, after glancing at the few of them, he continued with what he was doing, not even sparing them a glance. He had been in Zhang Feng's mansion for a month. During this month, everyone in the mansion knew about this place. No one dared to barge in. Therefore, he thought Niu Jinda and the others were passing by and going to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. However, he was wrong this time. Niu Jinda and the others went straight to the old man. When they saw that the old man was still taking a nap, the servants were annoyed. Hey, old man, open the door. Master's guests are going to the courtyard. The old man woke up with a start. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and carefully whipped Niu Jinhu. After making sure that Master was not around, he changed his position and continued to take a nap. Niu Jinda was put in a difficult position. It was not easy to solve the problem in front of him. He did not expect that the old man here would be so difficult to deal with. The servant also seemed to feel that he had lost face. With a cold face, he glared at the old man and said, Old master, I've received orders from a master to bring the honored guest. Ask old master to personally tell this old man. Otherwise, even if you're the heavenly king, Lao Tzu won't let you in. This time, Niu Jinda's interest was piqued. Smiling, Niu Jinda squatted beside the old man and handed him a cigarette, but the old man didn't even flick it. Niu Jinda still squinted his eyes and just changed his posture. The corner of Niu Jinda's mouth twitched in anger. This plan didn't seem to work. Sigh, Grandpa, Feng Zi is busy with the autumn planting on a mountain now. If it weren't for something, Feng Zi would have come down with me. Do you know why I came here directly this time? Why? The old man's interest was also piqued. He wanted to see what kind of lie this guy was going to weave. Back then, Feng Zi had said that other than him, no one was allowed to enter. What was this? This was an order. This old man had lived for more than half his life. What kind of battle had he not seen? Just this? He wanted to lie to him. This was all rubbish. He had played with the leftovers. After all, he had been at the bottom for his whole life. If he couldn't learn this, he could only starve to death. Neo Jindao was also in a dilemma. Why was this old guy so stubborn? Out of desperation, he was about to use force. After all, this was the last step. However, at this moment, Neo Jinhu sighed sadly and said, Fengzi, you should come back. Look at how we've been bullied when you weren't at home. If others were to know about this, they would think that everyone in your residence is such a bully. And do you have to do this? In order to let the people of the world have enough to eat? You don't even want your home? We just listened to you and came back to the East Court to get some things. Look, what are these? I told you to come back, but you didn't listen. Now, this is great. Hearing this, Neo Jinda's eyes turned and said, Isn't that so? This kid even said that there's something in the East Court that can comfort the people of the world and asked us to come and see it. Sigh. Fine. Let's go. We don't have this blessing, son. Hearing this, the old man finally opened his eyes. He was a little hesitant. It was reasonable to say that Zhang Feng had told them more than once before. This was a secret that ordinary people were not allowed to disclose. Moreover, in the family, only the three old men and Zhang Feng knew about this. But now, how did the two of them know? If they continue to make trouble like this, what would happen? Hurriedly, the old man sighed and said, Forget it. I'm just going to do something. It's not like I'm not letting you in. Do you have to do this? Also, the thing that you said is related to the safety of the world's people is not here. There are only some precious flowers and plants. If you're talking nonsense, I'll report it to the family head. This time, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Instead, they felt that there was something shameful in this courtyard. At this time, Neo Jindao was even more certain that there must be some secret in this courtyard. However, at this time, it was accidentally exposed by him and his son. He hurriedly said, Oh, this is not a joke. Don't think too much. This is a joke. Ha, joke. Let's go in and take a look. What's wrong with that? Chapter 13:12. No way. However, the old man was very stubborn. He stared at the crowd indifferently and said, Master said to let the two of you in, but he didn't say to let them in. Besides, if you step on the flowers and plants, you can afford to pay for it, but can they? Don't you see that even I don't dare to go in casually? Isn't it because I'm afraid of stepping on these things? Neo Jinda slapped his forehead and said, Yes. Fengzi said that the reason why he didn't let us in was that he was afraid of stepping on the snow lotus that only exists on Tianshan Mountain. Fengzi also said that this thing was given to Xiaohu to treat his leg. I was in a hurry just now and forgot about it. Sorry. Everyone, Neo Jinda clasped his fists. Only then did the crowd leave in shock. Seeing this, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. With trembling hands, he opened a small gap to let the two enter. After that, he didn't forget to remind, Old Master Neo, although I don't know what exactly you want to do, you are Old Master's brother. I hope that you can keep this secret. If outsiders were to know, Old Master would instantly become the target of public criticism. Seeing this, Neo Jinda hurriedly and cautiously nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Neo Jinda slowly supported Neo Jinhu into the East Court. The old man also locked the wooden board and sat at the door to take a nap again. East Court. There were indeed countless rare and exotic herbs in the East Court. However, in the East Court, there seemed to be 8 sides. However, it also seemed to be a smaller version of the entire court. It was also divided into 4 areas: north, south, east, and west. These 4 areas were separated by waterside pavilions and flowing water. The entire East Court looked more elegant. However, in the depths of the East Court, there was smoke rising from time to time. This made Neo Jinda and Neo Jinhu look at each other and quicken their steps. Previously, they had only vaguely guessed. However, after talking nonsense just now, they did not expect this old man to be really afraid. That was to say, the secret of this court was really the cultivation location of the thing that could multiply the production. With this thought in mind, the two of them couldn't help but speed up. Although the east courtyard wasn't big, the winding paths and waterside pavilions allowed the two of them to vaguely see through the gaps between the bamboo forest and the rare herbs. But a moment later, the two of them finally walked out of the garden. What entered their eyes made them flabbergasted. In the innermost part of the innermost row of houses in the east courtyard, where the sun shone the brightest, there was a straw shed that did not fit in with the environment. It attracted their attention. On one side of the straw hut, a large stove was burning fiercely. A pot of water was boiling in the pot, and steam was rising in spirals. However, the two old men seemed to be used to this. Instead, they were squatting in the corner, smoking and chatting. At this moment, an old man turned his head and saw Nyo Jianhu in a white robe. He hurriedly became alert and asked, "Who are you? Who let you in?" As they spoke, the two old men hurriedly picked up the grass on the ground and desperately tried to cover something behind them. The sharp-eyed Nyo Jinda instantly noticed the wooden trough behind them, as well as something he had never seen before. It was as tall as a chopstick. Nyo Jinda was secretly shocked. This wasn't wheat. What was this? But this wasn't the time to think about this. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, we are Feng Zi's brothers. This time, we came on Feng Zi's instructions. We didn't come for any other purpose. We just came to see that thing." Nyo Jinda pointed to the thing behind them. The two old men looked at each other and hurriedly said, "What is it?" "There's nothing here except flowers and plants. You can go." "Phosphate fertilizer. Feng Zi is not free. He asked me and my father to see the phosphate fertilizer so that we can go back and tell him about it." Nyo Jianhu's voice made the two of them let down their guard. Regarding the phosphate fertilizer, apart from the dean and a few people from Chang'an University, no one knew about it. But these two guys, why do they look so unfamiliar? One of the old men in yellow asked. "You said you're the brothers of the head of your family, but why haven't we seen you before?" Nyo Jinda heard this and laughed. "Old man, you might as well go back and ask the servants in the courtyard." "All right, you can go and ask now. We won't move. Let's talk about it after you figure out our identity." This time, the two old men still didn't let down their guard. The old man in yellow whispered a few words in the ear of the other old man, and then hurriedly ran out. After a while, he came in with a frown. When he walked to Nyo Jinda and Nyo Jianhu's side and saw Nyo Jianhu's leg, he said in surprise, "Are you the guy who came back after the dean used the blood-snatching life-exchanging technique?" Nyo Jianhu heard this and pointed to his right leg, saying, "Thanks to Feng Zi. Otherwise, I would have gone to hell by now." After confirming their identity, the old man in yellow breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So it's you. Let's go. Master's really too much. He personally said that except for him, no one is allowed to come here." Why did he go back on his words? Chapter 13:13. At this moment, he was no longer on guard. Nyo Jinda returned to his normal self. He chatted with the two old men and smoked. He didn't mention that matter at all. After seeing that the two old men were almost fooled, Nyo Jinda looked curiously at the thing covered by the thatch and asked, "Old man, what is this?" "Oh, this is..." One of the old men was about to say something, but he was bumped by the yellow-clothed old man, and his voice was cut off. This made Nyo Jinda a little disappointed. But at this moment, the yellow-clothed old man said, "This is something that the old master got from a merchant in the western region." The old master didn't say what it was. He just asked us to take care of it carefully. It's been a month, and this thing has only grown to this extent. While speaking, the yellow-clothed old man carefully lifted a potato sprout. Nyo Jinda and Nyo Jianhu immediately surrounded him. After looking around, they really couldn't find what this thing was. Anyway, this thing was definitely not food. They couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But he inadvertently saw a little white thing on the wooden trough. Nyo Jinda asked, "This thing, has it always been phosphate fertilizer?" The yellow-clothed old man nodded and then shook his head. "No, this phosphate fertilizer was made by the old master a few days ago. It was only used a few days ago." "Then may I ask, old man, is this thing a medicinal herb?" The potato sprout was green and had a dark green color. However, his strange appearance was somewhat similar to those exotic plants and medicinal materials. As for food, forget it. They were also experienced and knowledgeable people. Well, had they ever seen such food? They were a little disappointed. The yellow-clothed old man took advantage of the situation and said, "Yes, I heard that this thing seems to be a kind of medicinal herb, but the old master didn't say what it is. When we picked the yellow leaf before, we tasted it. It didn't have much taste. It was sour and numb." Nyojinda was surprised when he heard that. Seeing that, the old man carefully squatted in front of the exposed potato sprout and looked at it again and again. Finally, he picked a slightly yellow leaf at the bottom and handed it to Nyojinda, saying, "You don't believe me? Have a taste." Nyojinda really didn't believe it. He took the potato leaf and tasted it. It was really a little numb, and there was a bitter taste. What kind of food was this? This was clearly a medicinal ingredient, all right? Nyojinda couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He also wanted to leave. After all this time, what kind of secret did this kid have? This trip could be considered a waste. When the time comes, if that brat knew, he would fly into a rage and dig a hole in his nose. But what else could he do? Nyojinda, who was once again disinterested, chatted with the two old men for a while before he got up and left. After Nyojinda and the other man left, the two old men heaved a deep sigh of relief. After looking at each other, the yellow-clothed old man hurriedly said, "I keep feeling that something is wrong with this matter. You keep an eye on it. I will immediately go up the mountain to ask about the situation. All right, go, and come back quickly. I'm afraid that I won't be able to deal with those two if they come back later." Just now, the old man had almost told them about the potatoes. If the yellow-clothed old man hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have died. But this thing was also very strange to them. Zhang Feng said that this thing was food. But this thing didn't look like food at all. If you said that it was a medicinal ingredient, it looked a little like it. It was delicate and would break with a touch. It was very difficult for them to figure out what the use of this thing was. After all, food was nothing more than growing on the ears or on the waist of this thing. But what about this thing? Not to mention the fruit, it was even difficult to make it grow upright. Where was the fruit? This was what puzzled them the most. Just now, the yellow-clothed old man was not wrong. Therefore, the yellow-clothed old man tore off a piece of potato leaf and let the old bull taste it. This leaf was still in Nyojinda's hand at this time. He also couldn't figure out what this thing was. If he said that the two old men were lying, it was not to the extent that he had seen many Zhuang family, whether it was in the Tang dynasty or in the extraterritorial region. But there was really nothing that was exactly the same as this thing. Most importantly, this thing didn't look like food at all. Could it be that we made a mistake? Nyojinda sighed and looked at Nyojinhu. Nyojinhu glanced at the big leaf in Nyojinda's hand and said, "Why don't we go to Lord Feng's mansion now?" "No." Nyojinda shook his head and said, "Now is not the time. We could go to Old Hay's mansion in the evening and ask. If we go rashly now, do you think that group of old guys will say anything? Then what should we do?" Nyojinhu was also in a dilemma. Nyojinda stopped and looked at the gurgling water. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "It's okay. You go back to the mansion now and plow all the fields in the mansion that can be cultivated. Also, take out all the savings in the family and buy land for me. If it's still not enough, go and borrow some for me." Nyojinda stared at the flowing water with shining eyes and said excitedly, "I have a feeling that something big is going to happen this time. The more fields we have, the better." Chapter 13-14. In Duke Liang's mansion. At this time, several people began to tremble violently. It was as if they were drunk and had a headache. This was because they were so excited. After knowing what happened on the mountain yesterday, they couldn't wait to go home and take out all their savings to buy land. This time, Zhang Feng was really generous. Not only did he really use the phosphate fertilizer for the autumn planting, but he also tinkered with something that could produce phosphate fertilizer without being poisoned. The most important thing was that the method of selecting seeds was simply unheard of. If this thing was really as Zhang Feng described, then with the phosphate fertilizer, the yield per moo could reach 1,000 caddies. What was the difference between that and playing? This was not the point. The point was, at this time, they were all urgently selling the excess land in their hands. Everyone couldn't help but have an impulse to beat themselves to death. They also had an impulse to beat Fong Xianling to death. Damn bastard. Why didn't you tell us earlier if you wanted to change things after knowing? We all said we were colleagues. Was it necessary? But Fong Xianling seemed to enjoy the atmosphere at this time. He said with a smile, Everyone, don't be impatient. I believe that the Emperor will summon us tomorrow. It's not too late to go back and arrange everything tonight. You've been sitting here for 4 hours. If you don't eat before leaving, wouldn't it be said that I, Fong Xianling, don't know the ways of the world? Come on, prepare the banquet. Wait. Zhang Sun Wuji was the first one who couldn't sit still. After all, he had the most land here. This time, if the Emperor really knew about this, once he came to find them, he would definitely take back part of the land. After all, he complained about this to Empress Zhang Sun yesterday. What if the Empress had really said something to the Emperor last night? Then now, how could he sit still when he thought of this? Fong Xianling and the others naturally knew about this. They smiled and said, This is easy. Someone, quickly bring me a brush and ink. Brother Zhang Sun, why don't you write a letter and send it home first? Isn't it the same? Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it and agreed. He sat down with a clear conscience. When everyone saw this, they picked up their brushes and ink and sent a letter back to their families. Just as everyone was preparing for the banquet, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the Duke Liang's mansion. A moment later, Fong Xuanling's servant hurried into the living room. Fong Xianling frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you? I have important matters to discuss with the dukes. Can I not disturb you? Master, His Majesty. His Majesty is here. What? Hearing this, everyone stood up in unison. He looked at the servant in shock. When Fong Xianling heard this, he asked in disbelief, Are you telling the truth? Yes. Now little Gizi's father-in-law is at the door. He said himself. This time, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. What should we do? The few of them couldn't help but wonder why the Emperor came here at this time. However, there was no need to think about it. It must be because of this matter. They didn't dare to delay. They hurried out of the living room and went to the yard to meet the Emperor. When they arrived, Li Shimin, who was wearing a purple robe and waving a folding fan, had already entered the mansion. When they saw this, they hurriedly bowed. Li Shimin said lightly, That's enough. You don't have to do that outside. Let's go in and talk. After that, Li Shimin went straight to the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, Li Shimin couldn't help frowning slightly. He asked, looking at the smoke and dust in the room, You seem to have been here for a long time? As he spoke, Li Shimin took out a white object from his bosom under the astonished gazes of several people and hung it on his mouth and ear. They had seen and heard of this thing. This thing was called a mask. It was made by Fengzi. It was also because of this thing that the extraction of phosphate fertilizer was faster. It wouldn't poison people. Li Shimin looked at everyone. After sitting down, he waved his hand and said, Sit down. After they sat down, Li Shimin looked at the cigarette butts all over the floor. He originally wanted to smoke, but after thinking about it, he didn't. He asked, I think you all should know what happened on the mountain, right? They didn't know what to say. They just giggled. How could Li Shimin not know? He just sighed and said, Originally, I wanted to reduce your burden when I came back this time. Last night, the Empress told me that you were under too much pressure and asked me to reduce your burden. Zhang Sun Wuji's face froze. He didn't dare to speak. Speaking at this time was completely asking for death. How could Li Shimin not see through their thoughts? There were no fools here. The moment Li Shimin saw them, he understood a lot. At this time, when he saw their expressions, how could he not know that they knew everything? Alas, forget it. Let's talk about this matter. Minister Fong, what do you think of this matter? Also, I heard from Fengzi that you went to the field outside the city to eat soil with him. Is this true? Chapter 13:15. It was inevitable that Fong Xianling would be embarrassed to talk about this at this time, but Li Shimin did it on purpose. He was a little angry about it. After all, such a big thing had to be hidden from him. How many things did he not know? Moreover, he had bumped into him today, causing his wishful thinking to fall through? How could he not vent his anger? Feng Xianling and the others were very clear about it. At this time, hearing the emperor's question, he had to say, "Your Majesty, I was going to report it to your Majesty." But on the one hand, the ceremony is coming soon, and Fengzi is just talking about it. So, I didn't take it seriously. I thought that after everything was clear, I would report it to your Majesty. We have come here precisely to discuss this matter. After all, this matter concerns the fate of my great Tang, and any mishap would be a disaster for the people of the realm. After all, although I heard my son speak of this matter last night, it is simply too absurd. Thus, this old subject has come today to ask my lords about it. But I didn't know that you didn't return to your mansion last night because of other things. Feng Xianling also cried out in grievance. What else could Li Shimin do? He could only twitch his mouth. Well, it's true. When I was on the mountain today, I saw Fengzi do it myself. But at this time, the food is not enough. If we really do the seed selection at this time, the people will inevitably have a shortage of seeds. You all know the situation of my treasury. So, my dear ministers, I'll leave this matter to you. What could they say? They couldn't say anything. As long as the emperor didn't take back their fields, this was the lightest punishment. Li Shimin asked at this time, Minister Feng, I want to ask you. Fengzi said that the soil was sour. Tell me, is what Fengzi said true? Feng Xianling nodded. He recounted his conversation with Zhang Feng that day, the difference between the two soils after tasting them, and the new type of irrigation that Zhang Feng had mentioned. If Feng Xianling continued to hide the truth, then he would be the one who didn't know how to appreciate favors. After all, at this time, the emperor did not pursue the matter. He just wanted to ask about the situation that day. Who knew what that brat Zhang Feng said to the emperor on the mountain? After Feng Xianling finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Photosynthesis, irrigation and water, pesticides, and so on. These were all like heavenly books, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Only Li Shimin, who had a rough understanding of the situation, felt that it was very interesting. However, although Li Shimin still looked normal on the surface, his heart had long been set off a monstrous wave. What is this? This was the mountain river map that Fengzi had drawn for him. At first, when Zhang Feng set it on the mountain, although he felt it was a little unbelievable, he still didn't dare to believe it. But now, at this time, combined with what Feng Xianling and Feng Yai had seen and heard, Li Shimin couldn't help but believe it. Dear ministers, today Fengzi said that as long as we have a bumper harvest this autumn, the Tang dynasty will basically never enter an era of famine again. Do you believe it? Several people were silent. They didn't dare to make a decision easily. After all, this matter was too big. Li Shimin waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he lit a cigarette. His hands trembled, and he didn't mind the smoke in the room. He slowly and fiercely smoked the cigarette. Today, when I heard for the first time that the grain that was originally 5 dan per mu could be increased to 10 dan per mu, I really wanted to. After all, you have seen that after years of war, not to mention the people, even the national treasury is empty at this time. Empty? Why do you think I want to go up the mountain every day? Do you know how long I sleep every day? Less than 3 hours. Every night, I would dream of thousands of wrong souls grabbing me and asking for a bite of food. I also dreamed that my brothers who had died in the war were questioning me why I didn't let their families have enough to eat. I am ashamed to face them. Only at Fengzi's place can I have a moment of peace and relaxation. But today, Fengzi told me that the prosperous era I dreamed of is at my fingertips. At this time, I'm very doubtful whether this is a dream or real. Li Shimin spoke very calmly. However, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Even Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's shoulders were trembling slightly, but they still didn't dare to speak. After all, they had dreamed of what the emperor dreamed of. Li Shimin sighed again, looked at Wei Zheng, and said, Prime Minister Wei, can you wake me up again? Tell me, is this true? Wei Zheng also choked. He knelt on the ground excitedly and cried, Your Majesty, all of this is true. This is true, not a dream. The good days of the Tang dynasty are coming. Chapter 13:16. Silence. A deathly silence. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard in the spacious living room. Everyone was waiting and pondering, but no one spoke. The sun was setting in the west, and they sat there until it was time for the lamp to be turned off. Li Shimin came back to his senses. Looking at the moonlight that lit up the whole hall, he said slowly, "What's wrong? This is a good thing. Why you all look so sad? I'm hungry. Prepare the food." His words were like an amnesty for everyone, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. And Fong Xianling hurriedly shouted, "Come on, prepare it quickly. Forget it. I want to eat a bowl of noodles, a bowl of sour soup noodles." Sour. At this time, everyone wanted to vomit when they heard this word. But the emperor was here, and because of the darkness, Li Shimin didn't notice the strange expressions on everyone's faces. After a while, the lamp in the living room was finally lit. At the same time, a bowl of noodles with a strong sour smell was served. Li Shimin looked at the noodles and waved his hand. "Come on, let's eat. This is good food." Back then, while Li Shimin was recalling the good things of the past, on the other side, Niu Jinda and Niu Jinhu also quietly appeared at the gate of Fong Xuanling's mansion. Originally, Niu Jinda wanted to let Niu Jinhu go back, but this guy quickly went back to deal with the matter and then turned back. Niu Jinda had no choice. After all, they were already here. He had to take him with him and show off by the way. And also at this time, Xiao Gizi whispered in Li Shimin's ear, "Your Majesty, General Niu is here." Li Shimin was stunned. Sure enough, he just remembered that Niu Jinda didn't seem to come this time. He asked in surprise, "Isn't Niu Jinda recuperating? What's he doing here?" When he asked this question, they couldn't help but be shocked. This old thing came this time. Could it be that he had also heard some rumors? Everyone's guesses were actually quite unreasonable. After all, the guards on the mountain were all veterans under him in Yuqigong. Li Shimin also found it interesting and asked, "You're saying that Niu Jinhu is here too?" Little Gizi nodded in disbelief and said, "Your Majesty, yes," and I walked over. At this moment, everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. They all knew about the matter of a cow breaking a tiger's leg. But how long had it been? Half a month? He could walk now? Even if a godly doctor had descended to the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to do that, right? Li Shimin's interest was also piqued. He asked, "Are you sure he walked over like a normal person?" Xiao Gizi replied, "Your Majesty, that's not the case. He uses crutches, but his movements are no different from ordinary people. If this servant didn't know that his leg was broken, this servant wouldn't believe it either. Quick, let them in." Li Shimin didn't care what they were here for. Anyway, they were here for this matter. After a while, Li Shimin and the others saw Niu Jinhu and Niu Jinda appear at the door of the hall with crutches one after another. Niu Jinda and Niu Jinhu pay their respects to your Majesty. "Rise, Jinhu. Come forward quickly and let me see your leg." Li Shimin was completely attracted by Niu Jinhu's leg at this moment. How could he remember anything else? Niu Jinhu heard this and looked at the other dukes in the hall. Then, he used his crutches and tried to maintain his manners as he walked slowly toward Li Shimin. Although he had tried to maintain his manners, he looked extremely awkward at this moment. However, this didn't matter because everyone's eyes were fixed on Niu Jinhu's leg at this moment. There seemed to be something extraordinary in that place. This was indeed extraordinary. After all, once this matter was confirmed, it was conceivable that the era of amputated limbs being sawed off or waiting for death would become a thing of the past. When Niu Jinhu stood beside Li Shimin lifted Niu Jinhu's robe and looked at the leg wrapped in bandages and exposed bamboo clips under his robe. He pointed to a chair next to him and said, "Sit down. Little Gizi, let him lie down as much as possible. I want to take a closer look at his leg." "Your Majesty, you can't." "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this is a great disrespect. My son can't bear it. How about your Majesty move to the guest room?" Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard this. After hurriedly dissuading him, Li Shimin gave up and said, "Let's go to the guest room." Li Shimin was already inexplicably excited at this time. On the way to the guest room, he hurriedly said, "By the way, quickly go and ask Imperial Doctor Zhou to come. He should have seen Jianhu's bone with his own eyes. Let him examine Jianhu and see how the bone is?" "Yes." Little Gizi hurriedly accepted the order and left. The rest of the people turned and entered the guest room. The guest room was very dark, but when Li Shimin and the others entered the room, the oil lamps were already lit. In an instant, the whole room became as bright as day. At this time, under Li Shimin's insistence, Niu Jianhu lay on the bed. However, Niu Jianhu, who was lying on the bed, was extremely nervous. But at this time, his right leg had already appeared in Li Shimin's hands. Chapter 13:17. At this time, Wei Zheng was about to say something when he saw this, but he was stopped by Zhang Sun Wuji. "Prime Minister Wei, you may be able to understand His Majesty's mood at this time. Every year, because of such things, the people who lost arms and legs, or the soldiers, can only wait for death or have their legs cut off. Those who are dead are better. At most, they suffer a little. But have you ever thought that those who are alive suffer more than death? You'd better let His Majesty confirm it." Indeed, Wei Zheng knew these things. After all, the annual supplies for the disabled in the country basically went through him. He also knew that if such magical medical skills could really be developed, it would be very beneficial to the Tang dynasty. But did His Majesty need to check it himself? That would be a loss of His Majesty's dignity. But this time, Wei Zheng opened his mouth but held himself back in the end. Alas! In the end, he sighed. However, Li Shimin and the others did not notice this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Niu Jianhu's leg. Li Shimin gently knocked on Niu Jianhu's leg and then asked, "Is there anything unusual about the wound? Or is there any pain?" Niu Jianhu scratched his head, glanced at Niu Jinda first, and then said, "Your Majesty, my leg is basically fine. When I woke up, I did feel a little pain, but after lying in bed for 3 days, my leg felt limp and numb, as if there were ants gnawing on it. But with Fengzi and Dr. Sun's magical medical skills, there is no abnormality at all now. It's just that when the legs touch the ground, there will be a slight numbness and pain. If you walk, it won't be a big problem for the time of a cigarette, but if you walk for a long time, it will still be a little sore." Everyone was in an uproar. Niu Jinda, on the other hand, felt that his back was straighter at this moment. He took over the conversation and said, "Your Majesty, this Fengzi is also amazing. He said that every day he has to cook a big bone for the tiger. Moreover, besides a little bit of salt, he doesn't put anything else in the soup. You see, if this kid didn't have a walking stick, even this old official would think that this kid is slacking off." Li Shimin asked in surprise, "Tell me, is this his daily medicine?" Li Shimin thought that there was some magical medicine and prescription in it. He originally wanted to get it and pass it down as a big reward in the future, so that the people and the doctors in the world would be grateful to him. But how could he know that it was so simple? Hearing this, Niu Jinda hurriedly said, No, Your Majesty, this is the prescription given by Fengzi. He said that it takes 100 days to heal the bones and tendons. He said that he has to drink this thing as much as he can to heal the broken bones. However, Divine Dr. Sun gave him an extremely ordinary prescription. This is what puzzles me the most. Divine Dr. Sun clearly told my son to abstain from meat and fish, but when it came to Fengzi, he asked my son to drink the nourishing soup as much as he could. This, Li Shimin and the others were also confused. "Did you bring the prescription?" "Yes, I did. Let me have a look." This thing contradicts itself, so how can it be fused together? If they listened to Dr. Sun, these things would be fatal. But for Zhang Feng, these things became a life-saving prescription. Who was Li Shimin? How could he not know these things? He had heard of medicinal cuisine before, but he had never heard of it before. How could such a life-threatening illness be treated with something so nutritious? Moreover, he was able to make Niu Jianhu jump around in such a short period of less than a month. It was amazing. However, just when Li Shimin wanted to take off the bandages and the bamboo clips, Wei Zheng finally couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, please wait for Imperial Physician Zhou to come and let the Imperial Physician do it." "How about it? This is so dirty." This time, Yu Qigong and the others couldn't listen to it anymore. He directly interrupted Wei Zheng and said, "Prime Minister Wei, Jianhu is the son of Niu Jianhu. If you say that Jianhu is dirty, are you saying that Niu Jianhu and I are dirty? No, no, no. Wei Zheng hurriedly explained. Your Majesty is the Emperor. How can you be contaminated by such things? Hearing this, Yu Qigong and the others angrily snorted. Li Shimin didn't care. He waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't quarrel. In my eyes, this is not a leg. This is something that can save the lives of all the troops stationed in the Tang dynasty in the future. Think about it. How many of our brothers had to stay in those desolate places forever because of this? This time, everyone was silent. Then they said in unison, Your Majesty is righteous. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Zhou, is here. At this time, Xiao Gizi slowly entered the guest room and said. Hearing this, Li Shimin sighed and said, Well, let him in. Chapter 13:18. Imperial Dr. Zhou was originally thinking about the mask at home. The more he thought about it, the more he found it interesting. This thing suddenly gave him a magical tool that could cure diseases and isolate plagues in advance. But at this moment, a servant hurriedly brought in little Gizi, which surprised Imperial Dr. Zhou. After all, something big must have happened for the Emperor's personal eunuch to come in person in the middle of the night. Then little Gizi didn't say anything and just asked him to take care of things. Then he went all the way to Feng Xuanling's mansion, which surprised Imperial Dr. Zhou a little. After all, Feng Xuanling's health had been poor before. But since Prince Zhang Zhangfeng made the bone-strengthening powder for him, his waist was no longer bent. He was no longer out of breath and even looked a little younger. What happened in the middle of the night? But when he plunged into the guest room, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He hurriedly bowed and said, Zhou Hongru greets your Majesty and all the dukes. Okay, Imperial Dr. Zhou, come and take a look at Jianhu's leg. Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer and waved his hand directly. At this time, Imperial Dr. Zhou had time to look around the room seriously. He knew about Niu Jianhu's incident. After all, who didn't know about such a big thing? Moreover, this matter had alarmed all the great Confucians of the medical world of the Great Tang, but the mountain was too heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to go up. They could only send letters to Divine Dr. Sun to ask for advice. But, even so, everyone wanted to know whether Niu Jianhu's leg was really broken and exposed on the street, or was a lie. After all, the bone was crooked and exposed. Moreover, it had been exposed for 3 days. Even if a pig's bone had been exposed for such a long time, it would have rotted long ago, let alone a living person's leg. Although he had witnessed everything with his own eyes and participated in it, even so, he still felt that it was a dream. In the blink of an eye, almost a month had passed. Since Niu Jianhu returned to the mansion, there had been no news about him. This made everyone mistakenly think that it was a rumor. Even he felt that all of this was fake. However, was this fake? No, this was real. At this time, how could Imperial Dr. Zhou still care about his identity? He knelt beside Niu Jianhu's bed and carefully removed the layers of gauze according to Niu Jianhu's instructions, revealing rows of bamboo clips. At this time, although there was some blood in the gap of the bamboo clip, there was a strange smell like wine in the blood. Imperial Dr. Zhou couldn't help but ask, What is this? Niu Jianhu scratched his beard and said, You've seen this before. It's alcohol. Fengzi said that we have to make some every day. He said that it's sterilizing and disinfecting. I don't understand. You're an imperial physician. Tell me, what is this magical thing? Why does it smell like wine? If it weren't for Fengzi's strict order not to drink, I would want to try it. Imperial Dr. Zhou's face turned black. How would he know what this thing was? But Li Shimin didn't think so. After all, Imperial Dr. Zhou had witnessed the healing of Niu Jianhu's leg with his own eyes. Wasn't this thing something that he had to study every day? He asked. Imperial Dr. Zhou, I also want to know what this thing is. This Imperial Dr. Zhou was in a dilemma. How would he know what this thing was? Even if he had heard of alcohol, how could he have a chance to get a little bit of it? But at this time, the Emperor asked so. If he dared to say that he didn't know, that would be the consequence. He was clear. He hurriedly said in a cold sweat, Your Majesty, this alcohol, I'm also studying it. It's a good thing. As General Jinhu said, this thing can disinfect and sterilize. Without this thing, I don't think Brother Hu's leg would have recovered so quickly. This time, everyone finally understood. It turned out that this boy had set a trap for them here. If Imperial Dr. Zhou hadn't witnessed it in person, everyone would have been deceived. They would really think that this big bone soup really had such a magical effect. But Li Shimin still didn't give up and asked, "Then tell me, what does this big bone soup mean? Why didn't Fengzi prescribe him any medicine, but let him drink this thing every day? God F*** King knows this. Damn boy, why did you do this?" Imperial Dr. Zhou wanted to cry, but had no tears. But he still braced himself and said, "This thing is Prince Zhang's secret. I'm stupid and don't know it for the time being." Li Shimin was slightly disappointed, but there was a trace of heat in his eyes. He had to get the secret recipe of this thing. What was it? This was Zhang Feng's true ability, wasn't it? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? Do you think I'm too simple? Li Shimin looked at Niu Jianhu's leg at this time and smiled slightly. However, his smile made Niu Jianhu shiver uncontrollably. Chapter 1319. Li Shimin was very happy. He did not stop laughing for almost the whole night. He was even woken up by his own laughter in the middle of the night. After breakfast, Li Shimin went to the morning court while humming a tune under the suspicious gaze of Empress Zhang's son, who had been yawning all the time. Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but think that something had happened to the emperor. Was he stupid? As the morning bell rang, Li Shimin appeared in the back hall of the political announcement palace early. He drank tea and looked through the screen at the ministers doing morning exercises in the square outside the palace. When he thought of the prosperous scene described by Zhang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but have an illusion. Wasn't this the so-called prosperous time? After the change of the Xuanwu Gate and the Wei River Alliance, Li Shimin had never felt so comfortable before. At this time, he actually imagined that he didn't even need to go to the morning court at this time next year. If he could chat with Zhang Feng on Shao Mountain every day and then deal with the government affairs while talking and laughing, this must be the life of an immortal, right? But when he thought of Zhang Feng's future, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh. At that time, if this brat were to find out my identity one day, what should I do? How could I continue to be so heartless with that stinky guy? Your Majesty, it's time to go to the morning court. When Li Shimin was letting his imagination run wild, Shao Gizi's voice pulled him back to reality. Li Shimin sighed slightly and shook his head, saying, "Go to the morning court. Your Majesty is here. Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." On the 8-step ladder to heaven, Li Shimin couldn't help but stop. He turned around, looked at the ministers holding white jade tablets, and asked, "Rise. Just now, when I was watching your morning exercises, I suddenly had the illusion that I wanted to continue watching. I also thought of something a close friend once said. We have already written a copy of this sentence. Little Gizi, bring it up." Li Shimin waved his hand. 2 eunuchs hurriedly walked into the main hall with a word carved from red sandalwood. Then, under Li Shimin's instructions, they looked at all the ministers. Did you see that? It was this saying that water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. 8 words. Today, I'm thinking, if I were the emperor, for example, if all the people of the Tang dynasty were water, would this lone boat be able to hold on? None of the ministers knew what the emperor wanted to say, but to be able to be here, which one of them was easy to deal with. The moment they understood this, many ministers hurriedly knelt and turned pale with fright. Your Majesty, we don't dare to say this. Our Tang dynasty will always be strong, and you are the emperor. How can you be a lone boat? It must be a big boat that stretches as far as the eye can see, Your Majesty. Li Shimin waved his hand. Indeed, if this small boat goes against the current, it will definitely capsize one day. That's why I need a group of helmsmen, and you are my helmsman, the helmsman of our Tang dynasty. We obey the emperor's order. Everyone loudly said in unison. No one understood what the emperor wanted to do. Even Wei Zheng and the others didn't know what the emperor wanted to say today. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Later, Minister Fong, you are responsible for asking the Secretariat and the Ministry of Works to make 100 copies of this calligraphy and give them to each of you. Before Everything in our Tang dynasty was proceeding in an orderly manner, and we could even see a trace of a prosperous era. But it was an insignificant drought. Who would have thought that such a plague of locusts would break out? And there was such a serious famine after the plague of locusts? Although this matter has passed, you should have seen that the Achilles heel of our Tang dynasty is food. You should have heard about what happened to General Neo earlier, right? Someone deliberately embezzled the ironware that the people urgently need for autumn planting. What is this? Although it seems to be targeting the people, in fact, each of you here has at least hundreds of acres of fertile land in your family, right? This time, Wei Zheng and the others seem to have realized something. But at this time, even he dared not say anything. If the emperor used him as an example, then, so at this time, they all closed their mouths tightly and pretended to be contemplating. Li Shimin glanced at the crowd and then said, "The night before the autumn planting worship ceremony, Emperor Zhang's son received several people who wanted me to take back the fertile land that I had previously rewarded. I won't name names here because I know your pain. But today, I will give you one more chance. After I finish this matter, if anyone still wants to take back the land, I don't care who it is, I will allow it." At this time, everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, the fertile land had long been a sore point for all the ministers. But why did the emperor say such inexplicable words as soon as he came to court today? At this time, an old minister in a purple robe stepped forward and said, "I, Kong Ingda, have a report to the emperor." Li Shimin smiled slightly. He waved his hand and said, "My dear minister, don't be impatient. Wait for me to finish, okay?" Chapter 1320. Who was Kong Ingda? He was an important official of the Shandong landowning households in the imperial court. He was deeply trusted by Li Shimin, but because of the mysterious hand behind the scenes and the current situation, Kong Ingda became suspicious. Li Shimin could not help but be slightly wary and suspicious of Kong Ingda. He hadn't said anything yet, but Kong Ingda had already jumped out. What did that mean? It meant that he was guilty. However, Li Shimin wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to bait slowly. Li Shimin looked at Kong Ingda lightly and said with a smile, "Mr. Kong, this matter is related to your lives. Do you want to wait for me to finish speaking and then talk about it? Or do you want to talk about it now?" Kong Ingda hesitated. He still wanted to say something, but at this moment, Fong Xianling interrupted Kong Ingda and said, "Kong Gong." Kong Ingda glanced at Fong Xianling and sighed. He didn't say anything. Li Shimin glanced at Fong Xianling and said, "Fine, you go first." After that, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne and narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Kong Ingda saw this and said, "Your Majesty, I want to impeach a few people." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Li Shimin seemed to have predicted this. He waved his hand and motioned for Kong Ingda to continue. Kong Ingda took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, previously the Chancellor of the White Deer Institute, a brat named Zhang Feng, used some unknown method to plagiarize some poems from somewhere and fooled Mr. Bosher and the others, as well as the ignorant scholars of the world. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he successfully used a vulgar dance to fool everyone's eyes and ears and became a great Confucian scholar. Moreover, he was called Mr. Cord." Enough. Fong Xianling couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "Kong Gong." This was decided by His Majesty, and His Majesty was also present that day. Are you saying that His Majesty, princely of the first rank, and the four great scholars are all blind? Old man, I advise you to go home and recuperate if you're not feeling well. This Kong Ingda was usually fine. In fact, he had always been fine before. But why did he suddenly become violent? Impeach Zhang Feng? What was the meaning of this? And at such a crucial moment? Let him speak. Li Shimin was also intrigued by him. He was also worried about the identity of the mastermind, but he couldn't find any clues. However, this honest person from the Eastern Palace, a doctor from the Imperial College, was able to say something like this at this time. There must be something behind this. Fong Xianling sighed, but since the emperor said so, he could only sigh coldly and return to the queue. Kong Ingda couldn't care less. After all, Chui Fengjun from the Chui clan in Qinghe had been brooding over this matter. Moreover, Shandong had been extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Feng. During this period of time, he had been silently collecting evidence. Although there hadn't been any progress, he had inadvertently bumped into Niu Jinda and his son, who were strolling on the street yesterday. Moreover, they had entered Zhang Feng's villa. This had given him a breakthrough. After all, the incident of Niu Jinhu breaking his leg when he saw Niu Jinhu had become a well-known fact. But how long had it been? Had he recovered? As long as one wasn't an idiot, everyone would know that a person with a broken leg wouldn't recover so quickly. Even if he could keep his life, most of his leg would be gone. Even if he could hold it, it would take at least half a year for him to recover. But now, it had been less than a month, and he could walk again? If this wasn't a lie, what was it? Combining everything that had happened before, he instantly understood. This was a scam. That was why there was such a scene. At this moment, seeing that Fang Xianling seemed to be anxious, Kong Yingda felt that these dukes, whom he had long suspected, were even more suspicious. Kong Yingda cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, I'll impeach another person for this matter. Duke of Yi, Yuqi Jingda, deceiving the emperor." At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Even Li Shimin opened his eyes slightly. Seeing this, Kong Yingda stared coldly at the unperturbed Yu Qigong and the others and said, "What happened to General Yuqi Jingda before? I think everyone here knows about it, right? Even ordinary people know that old Yu Qigong's son broke his leg. Presumably, everyone knows about the broken leg. But yesterday, an old official saw with his own eyes that the old thief actually took his son into Zhang Feng's mansion outside of Zhang Feng's mansion." Buzz! At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Who didn't know that Niu Jinhu broke his leg when he saw Niu Jinhu? But now, some people didn't believe it and hurriedly asked, "Duke Kong, is this true? Duke of Yi isn't such a person. You're talking nonsense. Bastard, how dare you slander our general?" Die. Kong Yingda was no longer in a hurry. Yu Qigong and the others were even less anxious. Instead, Yu Qigong grinned at Kong Yingda, as if he was looking at a fool. Chapter 1321. Li Shimin nodded and pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Beloved official Kong, is what you said true?" Kong Yingda hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This old subject is willing to guarantee it with my head." Li Shimin coldly snorted and glanced at Yu Qigong. "Duke of Yi, do you know your crime?" "Yes." Li Shimin was angry because he actually went to that brat's residence yesterday, and he didn't even know about it. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. He should have known that Fengzi was on the mountain. Why did he go to Fengzi's residence? Yu Qigong bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there are other secrets to this matter. Please allow this old subject to report to you later." Li Shimin coldly snorted again. "Beloved official Kong, who else do you want to impeach? Let's see how many of my helmsmen are slacking off for me." Kong Yingda had received the imperial edict and was now even more confident. He didn't notice Fang Xianling, who was constantly shaking his head and sighing. The next person this old subject wants to impeach is Fang Xianling. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Not even Master Fang was let off. At this moment, even Li Shimin couldn't stand it anymore. His face was terrifyingly cold. Everyone couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. Kong Yingda continued, "Also last night, all the dukes had a secret meeting in Fang Xuanling's residence. Moreover, Fang Xuanling's residence has been wantonly purchasing land during this period of time, even borrowing money to buy it. Not only that, all the dukes who participated last night also wantonly purchased land last night and this morning. The third person this subject wants to impeach is Imperial Physician Zhou of the Imperial Hospital. As we all know, this white thing can only appear in funerals, but since Imperial Dr. Zhou went to the Crown Prince's mansion a few days ago, his mouth has been covered with this thing. Even in such a big event like the autumn planting ceremony, he has to bring this thing with him. What is this? This is a disgrace to the heavens. Your Majesty, do you think this person's intentions are worthy of execution?" Yes, Imperial Dr. Zhou is also the person who is rumored to have witnessed the exchange of blood and life. Has anyone here seen such a thing? Even the four great Confucian scholars and divine Dr. Sun are deceiving the people of the world at the same time. This old subject would like to ask, what crime do you all commit? As a general of the Tang dynasty, you, Niojinda, don't think about the national affairs. Instead, you conspire with those people to deceive the whole world. What crime do you think you deserve? I heard that you went to Mount Longsho and were mysteriously poisoned. May I ask if the poisoning was fake and the crime was covered up? This time, even Wei Zheng couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Kong Yingda coldly and said, Kong Yingda, have you caused enough trouble? Kong Yingda was stunned. He looked at Wei Zheng in surprise and said, What's wrong, Prime Minister Wei? Are you angry from shame? Although you usually have an upright image, the old man saw it clearly last night. Wei Zheng sighed and said, Kong Yingda, since you have seen it, don't you think of something? How can you make such a fuss here? This matter, at this time, it had already caused an uproar in the court. Kong Yingda represented the power of Shandong, and what he said was too shocking. But who were Wei Zheng and the others? They were all the favorites of the current emperor. At this time, all the ministers shrank their necks and didn't dare to speak. Some of them even kept silent, only hoping that Kong Yingda wouldn't bring trouble to himself. At this time, Li Shimin just looked at them coldly. He also wanted to think about what Kong Yingda wanted to say. Basically, the people on Shao Mountain, as well as Cheng Yao Jin and the others, had all been impeached by him. At this time, the two sides were already in an uproar. Even the hot-tempered Cheng Yao Jin was about to raise his fist. Li Shimin snorted and said, Have you caused enough trouble? In an instant, everyone quieted down, but Li Shimin suddenly stood up and slowly walked down the 8-step stairway to heaven. He looked at the crowd and said, What Kong Yingda just said, we basically know about it. But the cause of all this seems to revolve around White Deer College's Zhang Feng. I would like to ask all my beloved subjects, which of your manners has a child in White Deer Academy? Those who are, step forward. In an instant, after a short moment of hesitation, more than 30 to 40 people stood to the side one after another. Then, Li Shimin took out a piece of white paper from the table and asked, We are asking, who is using this piece of white paper? Stand to the left of us. At this time, almost everyone in the court stood to the left of Li Shimin. Then, Li Shimin said again, Who is eating the braised meat, fine salt, beer, white wine, barbecue, and bone-strengthening powder from Chan Hotel? At this time, the entire hall instantly became silent. Li Shimin stared coldly at Kong Yingda and said, Kong Yingda, on our table, there is still the memorial you gave us yesterday. It seems that thing is also a piece of white paper. At this time, Kong Yingda faintly felt that something was wrong. His face suddenly turned pale. Li Shimin clasped his hands behind his back and stared at Kong Yingda, saying, Then we are asking you, are you still satisfied with the bone-strengthening powder? Are you still satisfied with the white wine, beer, barbecue, and braised meat? How much of the banknotes in your pocket and the fine salt in the kitchen do you still have? We can tell you that these things were all made by Zhang Feng and Lord Zhang's son on the mountain, and we have tacitly approved of these things. Are you going to impeach us next? Yu Qigong couldn't help but shout, How dare you, Kong Yingda? Do you know your crime? Chapter 1322. Kong Yingda panicked. He was aware of all these things. It was rumored that what happened on the mountain was approved by the emperor and arranged by the crown prince. He even knew about the imperial edict last time, but he always thought that it was the young masters who fooled the emperor and that the emperor should be displeased with it. Besides, there was nothing on the mountain that was taught by sage Confucius. Kong Yingda hastily withdrew a book from his pocket, and then he knelt down and said, Your Majesty, this is what I obtained from White Deer Academy. It's something called a textbook that they teach, and practically every single one of the 3,000 plus students on the mountain has one. Please have a look, Your Majesty. Li Shimin didn't even look at the booklet. Kong Yingda panicked and said, There are many things in this textbook that go against the teachings of sage Confucius. In particular, there's a sentence in it that says the emperor is as guilty as the common people if he violates the law. This is an affront to the emperor's grace. Besides, he is a viscount and the head chancellor of the two academies. but he dared not to attend such an important event as the autumn planting ceremony. This is contempt for the emperor's power. Your Majesty, think about it. In today's world, who can let a broken bone stand on the street? Besides, there is also the blood exchanging technique. This is simply witchcraft. Your Majesty, enough. Kongda, are you still so stubborn? Fang Xianling was so angry that his whole body was trembling. How can you be so blind to such an obvious thing? Can't you see it clearly? Does it even need to be said? How can you be so foolish at this critical moment? Fang Xianling could roughly guess the emperor's intention at this time. He also knew about the invisible black hand that shrouded the Tang dynasty at this time. But how could he know that the emperor would jump out at this critical moment? After all, he had some interactions with Kong Yingda in the past, so he couldn't bear to do it. But at this time, seeing that Kong Yingda didn't know what was good for him, Fang Xianling couldn't help but get angry. This was clearly the instruction of the Shandong nobles. Otherwise, no one would say anything about him. But today, what was going on? How dare he be so bold? Could it be? What did Yu Qigong do in Fengzi's mansion yesterday that this old man saw? Fang Xianling couldn't help but glance at Yu Qigong, but when he saw that Yu Qigong's expression remained unchanged, he frowned slightly. Seeing this, Li Shimin shook his head and said, "After all, what Confucius said is for the sake of the Tang dynasty. This is understandable. But let me ask you, do you have any evidence?" "Yes." When Kong Yingda heard this, he immediately said, "As long as the emperor lets Niu Jianhu, Imperial Dr. Zhou, and the imperial doctors examine Niu Jianhu's legs in court, everything will be clear at a glance." "Good." Li Shimin nodded and asked again, "Minister Kong, have you thought it through?" Kong Yingda represented the Shandong nobles. Li Shimin didn't want to drag the Shandong nobles to the opposite side so quickly, so he warned him. However, Kong Yingda seemed to have gone crazy at this time. He said with certainty, "I have thought it through." When Li Shimin heard this, he sighed and said, "Since that's the case, summon Imperial Dr. Zhou and the Imperial doctors of the Imperial Hospital to the palace. Summon Niu Jianhu to the palace. Today, I'll let you have a look." This time, even Li Shimin couldn't save Kong Yingda. Fang Xianling couldn't bear it. He sighed heavily and said nothing. After all, he asked for it. After a while, Zhou Hongru led a group of imperial doctors of the Imperial Hospital to the palace in a hurry. They knew about this on their way here. At this time, when they went to the political announcement hall, everyone looked at Kong Yingda with a bad expression. However, Kong Yingda didn't care about this. He narrowed his eyes and pretended that nothing had happened. Li Shimin didn't say a word. At this time, the political announcement hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The oppressive atmosphere brewing in the hall made many ministers unable to help but have a layer of fine cold sweat on their foreheads. In this torturous wait, Niu Jianhu appeared at the door of the political announcement hall with a crutch. Niu Jianhu greets the emperor. Until this voice appeared, Li Shimin slowly opened his eyes and waved his hand indifferently. "Give him a seat." "Minister Kong, how are you going to examine it?" When Kong Yingda heard this, he said, replying to the emperor, "You just need to take off these white cloths, and it will be revealed to the world." "Good." Li Shimin waved his hand. "Imperial Dr. Zhou, take it off." "Wait." Kong Yingda hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin's words and said again, in order to prevent them from acting, this old minister thought. Li Shimin waved his hand impatiently. "Then I'll let you take it off personally. How about it?" How could Kong Yingda do this? Looking around, he pointed at one of the backup imperial physicians who belonged to the Kong family and said, "Let him do it." Li Shimin didn't want to look at Kong Yingda. He waved his hand, and the imperial doctor of the Kong family hurried to Niu Jianhu's side. He habitually took out a mask from his arms and put it on his mouth. This time, Kong Yingda's expression instantly turned cold. "Unfilial son, who let you wear this thing? Take it off for old man." Chapter 1323. The imperial doctor of the Kong family did not expect Kong Yingda to say this. He glanced at the emperor and saw that the emperor closed his eyes and ignored this matter. Moreover, he was an imperial doctor, so he knew something about it. He quickly whispered, "Kong Darren, this thing is a mask. It can effectively infect the textile virus. Infect what? This is just a leg injury. How can it be contagious? Get to old man. Cough, cough, Kong Darren. Aren't you too meddlesome? This is the rule of my imperial hospital. Old man thought, you are not allowed to intervene in my imperial hospital's affairs, right? Could it be that you, Kong Darren, want to replace me? Enough, remove it from me. Li Shimon's cold voice made Kong Ingda behave. However, the imperial doctor was extremely aggrieved. He looked at the angry Kong Ingda in front of him and said, Kong Darren, you can ask around. Now all the imperial doctors in Chong and City are using this thing. While speaking, the imperial doctor did not say anything. He quickly began to remove the bandage on Niu Jianhu's right leg. The bandage was very particular about the removal method. However, since Imperial Dr. Zhou saw Zhang Feng's magical method, he practiced with this thing every day after returning to the Imperial Hospital. Over time, the people in the Imperial Hospital knew about Zhang Feng's treatment of Niu Jianhu. They also knew about this operation. Everyone was curious about this bandage. There were so many ways to wrap it. At this time, the young imperial doctor simply could not do anything to the bandage that was wrapped around Niu Jianhu's leg like a fish scale. However, under everyone's surprised eyes, the young imperial doctor skillfully pulled out a needle from the side and gently and quickly removed the bandage. This time, all the ministers were curious. After all, this was the first time they saw this thing. It took a lot of time to wrap the bandage. Niu Jianhu was also a little angry at this time. He also cooperated with that person's actions. After about a meal, the bandage was finally removed. In an instant, the dense bamboo clips and brand new bamboo clips appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The bamboo clips were boiled in water, and the stubble was still brand new. At this time, Kong Ingda was even more certain of his idea. It was obvious that it was just done. At this moment, the officials looked at Niu Jianhu and Niu Jinda in confusion. They were not fools. Naturally, they could tell that it seemed to have been put up last night. Besides, didn't Kong Ingda just say that Niu Jianhu and Niu Jianhu went to Feng Xuanling's mansion in the end? Could it be that they had created this in Feng Xuanling's mansion? This was a great crime of deceiving the emperor. But when everyone looked at the emperor, they found that the emperor's expression remained unchanged. What was the meaning of this? At this time, the young imperial doctor glanced at Kong Ingda. After all, Kong Ingda was his elder. Although he was an elder, he was also from a side branch. However, because of Kong Ingda's status in the court, his status in the family had also risen. Moreover, he was able to come to the imperial hospital because of his relationship with Kong Ingda. However, Kong Ingda glanced at him coldly. It was this glance that made the young imperial doctor somewhat unable to bear it. But at this time, the emperor was also present. If he went too far, he would be dragged into the water. He could only endure it and dismantle the bamboo clips. Feng Xianling originally wanted to remind him, but at this time, seeing Kong Ingda's appearance, he couldn't help but be a little angry. Dear Minister Kong, are you sure you want to continue? At this time, Li Shimin reminded him again. Last night, Zhen Imperial Dr. Zhou and the others personally saw Jianhu's leg. Are you sure you want to continue? Li Shimin also couldn't bear it. But at this time, when Kong Ingda saw such a temporary bamboo clip and a white cloth strip, he really wanted to expose it immediately. How could he give up? He cupped his fist and said, Emperor, this official understands. When Li Shimin heard this, he sighed and said, Fine. In that case, let's dismantle it. There were 3 layers of bamboo clips. Each layer was separated by a layer of gauze. But after the first layer of bamboo clips was dismantled, traces of blood suddenly appeared on the leg, and there was a strong smell mixed in the blood. Of course, this group of people couldn't bear the smell of alcohol. They just thought it was white wine. Kong Ingda's eyes lit up, as if he saw the hope of victory. At this time, all the officials in the field were frightened. This is without waiting for the crowd to say anything. Imperial Dr. Zhou frowned slightly. It seemed that he disliked the young imperial doctor's slow hands and feet. Niu Jianhu also hurriedly went to the field and quickly tore off the things on his leg. After the last layer of gauze was taken off, a 3-feet-long scar on Niu Jianhu's leg and a leg that was still swollen suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, without waiting for Kongda to speak, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "All the imperial doctors, personally check Niu Jinhu's leg and see if it was broken. If anyone dares to lie, Zhen will not forgive them." This time, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was His Majesty really angry? At this time, even Kongda had belatedly discovered the problem, but was already too late. By the time he reacted, how could all the imperial doctors dare to disobey the emperor's decree? And it was obvious that the emperor knew about this matter. At this time, which one of the people who could get into the imperial hospital wasn't a wily old fox? Which one of them didn't have good eyesight? At this time, who didn't know the emperor's meaning? The emperor's meaning was very clear. Learn to be smart. If you dare to mess around, be careful of your head. Chapter 1324. Your Majesty, Niu Jinhu's leg does have signs of fracture. I'm good at grinding bones. There are obvious signs of fracture 3 inches above the belly of Niu Jinhu's right leg. Everyone present can feel it. Your Majesty, it's indeed so. We all feel it. Your Majesty, look. The silver needles can easily penetrate the bone. It's impossible that there are no cracks. At this moment, an old imperial physician couldn't wait to hold Niu Jinhu up. He raised Niu Jinhu's right leg high and pointed at the 3 silver needles on it. As he spoke, he pulled the 3 silver needles back and forth in Niu Jinhu's grimacing mouth. Then he changed the direction of the needles, sticking them in and pulling them out. Niu Jinhu was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Seeing this, at this moment, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Okay, bandage him. Dear Minister Kong, do you still think that his broken leg is fake? If you still think his leg is fake, do you want me to break your leg now and let Zhang Feng fix it for you?" What else could Kong Yingda say at this moment? He had already collapsed on the ground and fell into a daze. He was already in a daze at this moment. He couldn't figure out why. How could a broken leg recover so quickly? If that was the case, didn't it mean that what happened on the mountain? Li Shimin was also a little angry at this moment. He waved his hand and said, "I think dear Minister Kong is not in good health. Men, send him home to recuperate. Without my permission, don't go to the court for the time being. Men, take him away from me." In this way, Kong Yingda was taken away. No one knew who was right and who was wrong. After all, this matter was too unimaginable. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng's medical skills were so amazing that a person with a broken leg could walk with crutches in less than a month? This was simply a fantasy story, all right? But at this moment, it really happened in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone had no choice but to believe that it was true. Most importantly, many of them were very doubtful when they didn't see it in person today. But now, everyone's heart began to burn, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Li Shimin didn't give them too much time to think. After all, he had given them enough time before, and today's morning court had been long enough. Li Shimin said lightly, "You all saw what happened today, right? As for the mask, I believe that as long as you have been a Chong, and you should be able to see it. Even I am using it now. What Minister Kong said earlier about General Niu going to look for an iron mine is something that General Niu is doing for the common people. However, as for the matter of him being poisoned, Niu Jijia, you should say it yourself." Hearing this, Niu Jinda bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I saw that the autumn planting season was coming, and the people in Chong and were seriously lacking in ironware and other farming tools. Therefore, I wanted to share your burden and went there. But I didn't expect that I didn't know the iron mine. By chance, I got a mysterious thing and got poisoned." After Yu Qigong recounted everything in detail, Li Shimin said, "However, I know that this thing of yours is something that the boy named Zhang Feng on the mountain came up with." Li Shimin didn't want to draw Zhang Feng out. But at this time, the situation was not optimistic. The autumn planting couldn't be delayed any longer. And if the phosphorus fertilizer and seeds were delayed, how could it be promoted? Therefore, today Li Shimin had already pushed everything to Zhang Sun Wuji, as well as that old Li. He, on the other hand, had removed himself completely. After all, although he didn't want to hide his identity, it wouldn't be good if he exposed Fengzi like this. However, this matter must be spread out. Thinking of this, Li Shimin said, Yesterday, I also went to Minister Fang's mansion, and it was because of this. Minister Zhang's son and the others, in order to solve the food shortage problem, actually used some unknown method to create something called fertilizer. Of course, I heard that this thing was also created by Zhang Feng, right? How could Zhang's son Wuji not know the emperor's meaning? He hurriedly replied, "Replying to your majesty, it is indeed like this. This matter was told to this lowly official by a merchant surnamed Li. I heard that this brat named Zhang Feng has developed a fertilizer that can double the yield of all the fields. Moreover, I've carefully investigated White Deer Academy, and I've indeed discovered that one of the textbooks in the academy is something called physics. So, I've made a bold decision and tacitly agreed to this research." Li Shimin heard this. He nodded and said, "Minister Zhang's son has done well. This is a great merit that will last for 1,000 years. Minister, think about it. What do you need? I will reward you one by one." Reward, they wanted fields. But would the emperor give them? And most importantly, they wanted food. But the national treasury was even poorer than them. What did they want? Money? Forget it. They had a lot of that stuff too. Zhang's son Wuji pretended to be righteous and selfless, as he said. "To be able to share your majesty's burdens is this subject's duty. How would I dare to ask for any reward?" Li Shimin heard this and nodded with a smile. "Since that is the case, when this thing is really created, I will reward you all together." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Give the order to reward Chancellor Zhang Feng of White Deer College with 100 mu of fertile land." Chapter 1325. Today's morning court session lasted for 6 hours. By the time the court session ended, everyone was already dizzy from hunger. However, the court session this time caused ripples in the hearts of all the officials, especially after they learned that Zhang's son Wuji had mentioned that Mr. Li had a close personal relationship with Zhang's son Wuji. Moreover, the emperor really knew about Zhang Feng's matter. This was what shocked all the officials the most. Previously, they had vaguely heard from the imperial astronomer that the North Star had descended in Chang and City. Moreover, they were all officials in the court. How could they not know about the matter in a small place like Chang and City? Especially after the barbecue and beer were served, everyone heard a name: Zhang Feng. Previously, they had only vaguely guessed this. However, now that the emperor had vaguely mentioned it, and Zhang's son Wuji had said it in the court session today, everyone was enlightened. Everyone was instantly enlightened. This man was none other than Zhang Feng. No wonder the emperor valued White Deer College so much. This was the real North Star descending. And this time, the most important thing that could benefit all of them was not the white paper, nor the braised meat, nor the new dishes, but the miraculous knowledge of White Deer Academy that Zhang Feng had created, as well as the miraculous medical skills that they had now. Furthermore, there was the land that the emperor had bestowed upon them previously, which had caused them so much pain. Today, if it weren't for that damned Kong Ingda, the emperor would probably have taken back some of their land without them knowing. However, Kong Ingda was a good person. He had helped everyone. As for himself, he was willing to be driven back by the furious emperor. No one would feel comfortable if this happened to him. After all, this was the emperor's private matter. The emperor was also a human and wanted to have some private property. Moreover, the emperor had originally wanted to take back some land from everyone. However, with Kong Ingda's interference, everything was ruined. It would be strange if the emperor wasn't furious. Therefore, the emperor decided to tell him about it directly. At this time, everyone was so excited, but the emperor had also given a strict order. If anyone dared to wantonly hoard land, all of their land and property would be confiscated. Although this only started after today's morning court session, anyone could see that the emperor was favoring Zhang's son Wuji and Fang Xianling. But what could they do? After all, he was a duke and had put in a lot of effort into this matter. If it weren't for them, they would still be worrying about the land in their hands. At this moment, all the officials were happily returning home to digest the good news. In the imperial study, Yu Qigong and the others were in trouble, especially Yu Qigong. They watched the emperor slowly eat and drink. They were so hungry that they swallowed their saliva. But what could they say? He didn't even dare to fart. They all knew what the emperor was feeling at this time. They also knew why they were here. Let alone speaking now. Anyone who farted first would be the target of the emperor's wrath. The emperor was waiting for this. Although everyone knew at this time, these officials knew the emperor's mentality very well. How could they not know what the emperor was thinking? However, Li Shimin had deliberately made noise and slowed down the speed of eating, but they still didn't speak. He couldn't help but sigh slightly when he saw that. Niu Jinda knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I'm here. I can't figure out why you went to Fengzi's mansion yesterday. As far as I know, there was no one else in Fengzi's mansion except for a group of guards. Come on, tell me. If you can't, don't go back today." Hearing this, Niu Jinda's forehead was instantly covered with a layer of fine cold sweat. Fang Xianling and the others glanced at Niu Jinda curiously and didn't say anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to say it, but they didn't dare to. This was also the reason why they were confused. After all, it was reasonable to say that there was a problem with this matter. You clearly knew that Zhang Feng was on the mountain, and with your means, you should have known that we were here. But you didn't go anywhere, but directly broke into Zhang Feng's mansion. It was impossible not to be suspicious. And the most infuriating thing was, you mother ****, you even let Kong Ingda grab hold of your weakness. Why did you bring your stupid son out for a stroll when you had nothing better to do? Did you not feel comfortable lying at home? Now you feel better, right? Niu Jinda regretted it very much. But now that it had happened, it was nonsense to say anything else. He could only say helplessly, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent." Li Shimin was so angry that he almost laughed. At this time, you still want to play dumb? It's because of you, old bastard, that my plan is all ruined. Li Shimin chuckled coldly and said, "Then tell Zhen, where exactly are you being wrongly accused? If you can't give me a reason, then I really want to hear a few sounds in as Imperial study today." Chapter 1326. In an instant, Niu Jinda couldn't stay calm. What was he doing? Hearing a sound? Swish. Niu Jinda hurriedly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday this old subject originally wanted to take my son to thank Fengzi, but after thinking for a long time, I couldn't think of what to give to Fengzi. However, when I turned my head, I saw the Guangong Tu that your Majesty rewarded me. So this old subject, Niu Jinda, spilled the whole story of how he went to Zhang Feng's residence yesterday, as well as why he went there and what he did there. The sound really scared him. After all, being hit by a plank was also a sound. The head falling to the ground was also a sound. He couldn't tell what the emperor was thinking, and this time the emperor was really angry. What's more, Kongingda, this old guy, basically exposed everything. No one would feel good if this happened to him. At this time, he didn't know whether the emperor was really angry or something else. This was what scared him the most. At this time, Li Shimin heard this and said with some surprise, "You mean you extorted the Guangong Tu that you have been hanging at the gate?" "Yes, that's right. This is a life-saving grace. Moreover, it saved both our lives. But this old minister can't think of what to give. Money? That's too cliché. You can say that it's something else. There's nothing that Fengzi would like. So I thought about it and gave it to Fengzi. After all, Fengzi is a good brother, and this painting is suitable for him." Li Shimin was a little dizzy. He was thinking about taking advantage of this opportunity to get the Guangong Tu back. Now it was in Fengzi's pocket. It was completely impossible to get it back now. He could only sigh and say, Fine. You gave it to him, but why did you give him this thing? And the most important thing is, why did you go to his mansion? You didn't really go there to give this painting to Fengzi, did you?" Fang Xianling and others were a little bolder at this time. Seeing the emperor's tone soften a little, they plucked up the courage to look at Niu Jinda with doubts. Hearing this, Niu Jinda couldn't calm down and said proudly, "Your Majesty knows me best. Yesterday, I was thinking about it. Fengzi has been doing this phosphate fertilizer for a long time. Think about it. Every time we went to Fengzi's liquor store, he would be so stingy. He said that he didn't have it, but every time, he would be able to get some out. What does this mean? It means that Fengzi is too stingy. He had all the good stuff at home. And I was thinking this guy should have made Fengzi long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to tell Master Fong about it, and wouldn't have dared to use it on the fields and mountains. And he did it in front of so many people. Li Shimin pondered and felt that Niu Jinda was right. After all, this matter was indeed such a matter. If Zhang Feng wasn't certain of something, he wouldn't do it. Li Shimin couldn't help but walk up and down in the imperial study with his hands behind his back. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Don't just stand there. Sit down. Xiao Gizi, prepare the meal. Dear Niu, tell me in detail. Did you find anything in Fengzi's mansion?" "Yes." Niu Jinda's eyes were fixed on the bowl of steaming hot noodles that a group of palace maids brought in. Li Shimin sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Let's eat and talk." Oh. When Niu Jinda heard this, he rubbed his hands together and took a large bowl of noodles from a palace made before wolfing it down. Yu Qigong and the others had long since fainted from hunger. When they saw this, they didn't wait for the emperor's orders and picked up their bowls to slurp down the noodles. After a while, Niu Jinda touched his belly. He wanted to eat another bowl, but seeing Li Shimin's expression, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, you also know about this. It's Fengzi's East Courtyard. Among them, we have been to the Southwest and North Courtyards, but the East Courtyard is the only one that no one is allowed to take a look at. And most importantly, when I went to ask, no one was allowed to mention it. Zhang Feng even found 3 old men and directly sealed the East Courtyard. I don't know what they're doing inside. Even when I went to persuade them, in the end, when I mistakenly said that Fengzi was selling phosphate fertilizer on the mountain, they finally allowed me to go in. What's inside?" Li Shimin frowned and asked. Feng Xianling and the others also put down their bowls and chopsticks, waiting for Niu Jinda. Niu Jinda looked behind him and saw that the door of the imperial study was closed. He then said mysteriously, "The layout of the courtyard is the same as the other places. When Fengzi moved in, we all went to the East Courtyard. There are so many rooms, but the 3 old men didn't live in them. Instead, they built a few thatched sheds in the innermost part of the East Courtyard where the sunlight is the best. The weirdest thing is that there's a big pot beside the shed, which is boiling water. There's also a big wooden trough beside the pot, and there's something similar to medicinal herbs in the wooden trough." Li Shimin was confused. "You said a lot of things. You didn't find anything? You're making fun of me, aren't you?" Li Shimin was angry. He waved his hand and said, "Come on, drag him out and give him 30 beatings." Niu Jinda was still talking vividly. When he heard the emperor's words, he couldn't understand and was a little confused. But when he saw that the Jinwu guards really stopped him, he hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent." Chapter 1327. Niu Jinda was really beaten up. He wailed again and again. Zhangsen Wuji and the others heard the noise outside the door and looked at the emperor's gloomy face. They didn't know what to do. They wanted to leave, but the emperor wouldn't let them. They didn't want to leave, but they felt scared to stay here. If the emperor was unhappy, they wouldn't be able to bear 30 beatings. After a while, Niu Jinda was dragged in like a dead fish. As soon as he was thrown on the ground, Li Shimin asked, "You tell me, if you don't give me an explanation, you can't leave today." Li Shimin was really angry. Today, he was originally thinking about how to take back some real estate from the hands of these ministers. He even thought about exchanging his own white paper and the right to sell fine salt for it. But in the end, Kong Yingda caught Niu Jinda's weakness, which made his plan fail. He almost exposed Zhang Feng. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Wuji was quick-witted and avoided a disaster. This was all because of Niu Jinda, that bastard. How could Li Shimin not be angry? If Niu Jinda didn't explain it clearly and didn't give Li Shimin a chance to vent his anger, Li Shimin really wanted to beat him up this time. After all, he needed a way out of this matter. Niu Jinda was already scared at this time. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, take a look at this old official's thing first, and then I'll explain it to you." While speaking, Niu Jinda stood up shakily, took out the potato leaf from his arms, and handed it to Li Shimin with both hands. Li Shimin wanted to be angry at first, but after seeing the potato leaf, he frowned slightly. He had seen a lot of precious things in the imperial garden, and most of the things in Zhang Feng's courtyard had been through his hands. How could he not know these things? But at this time, the thing in Nyo Jinda's hand surprised Li Shimin. This is the thing that the three old men were secretly fiddling with. Right. Nyo Jinda hurriedly said, Your Majesty, those three old men, one was guarding the door, and the other two were squatting beside the wooden trough. When this old official went there, these two old men desperately tried to block this thing. This old official also spent a lot of effort to get this thing, and most importantly, this thing was watered with phosphate fertilizer. That's it. Zhang Feng, that bastard. Did he experiment with phosphate fertilizer on this thing? This thing doesn't look like anything. But before Li Shimin could finish speaking, the part of the potato that he was holding broke right in front of his eyes. Moreover, a drop of juice even shot out and landed on the back of his hand. Li Shimin pinched the stem of the potato with even more astonishment. In that instant, that delicate and fragile feeling made him feel curious. What is this? Li Shimin became even more curious. But before he could speak, Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask. After seeing Li Shimin's eyes, Yu Qigong quickly shut up. Nyo Jinda then said, Actually, this old official asked for a long time, but I didn't know what this thing was. In the end, this old official used some means to find out that this thing is actually a medicinal ingredient, and I heard that Fengzi inadvertently obtained it from a merchant in the western region. If you don't believe me, you could try it. This old official has tasted the missing part of this leaf, and it does indeed have the taste of medicinal ingredients. When Li Shimin heard this, he wanted to try it, but was hurriedly stopped by Xiao Gizi. Li Shimin sighed and said, Fine, you can try it. If it's really as Nyo Jijia said, call the imperial physician over. Xiao Gizi carefully tore off a piece of potato leaf and put it in his mouth. He chewed and said under Li Shimin's expectant gaze, Your Majesty, this really is a medicinal ingredient. It tastes bitter and a bit numb, and there's also a strange taste. Call the imperial physician. A moment later, imperial physician Zhou hurriedly entered the imperial study. After asking in detail, he also tore off a piece and threw it into his mouth. At this time, Li Shimin asked, Nyo Jijia, is this the medicinal ingredient that Fengzi used to treat the tiger? No. Nyo Jinda was also a tactful person. At this time, when he saw the emperor ask, he hurriedly said, Fengzi has no other medicine other than alcohol and bone soup. Li Shimin couldn't help but be even more confused and asked, Imperial physician Zhou, what do you think this thing is? Where has Imperial physician Zhou seen this before? At this time, he was also very tangled. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed and said, Forget it. I'll ask that kid later. You can leave now. After dismissing Imperial physician Zhou, Li Shimin once again laid bricks in the imperial study. Just when everyone was about to doze off, Li Shimin said, That is to say, this phosphate fertilizer really has a magical effect. If this is the case, then my Tang dynasty will prosper. Although they didn't know what this thing was, it was worth it for Zhang Feng to be so mysterious. It must be known that the things that Zhang Feng fiddled with before had never been hidden. At this time, Fengzi must be doing something big. If this thing could be said now, with his character, how could he hold it back? If he didn't say it now, and it was so mysterious, it meant that this thing was enough to shock the world. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, This matter can't be mentioned again, and can't be discussed in private. Understand? The few of them were not noobs. Seeing Li Shimin so cautious, they also knew some things. Several people hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. We obey your Majesty's order. Chapter 1328. At the same time, in the virtuous square in the west city of Chang and City, it was in a state of shock. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. At this moment, everyone in the virtuous square saw Kong Ingdao being sent back to the Kong residence by the imperial guards. Kong Ingdao was no longer as elegant and arrogant as before. Instead, he was like a foolish old man who was at the mercy of the imperial guards. After the imperial guards left, a group of soldiers wearing the uniform of the imperial guards came to the entrance of the Kong residence. They seemed to be guarding the entrance, but in fact, they were watching over the entire Kong residence. Every person who entered and left had to go through layers of checks. At this moment, the entire virtuous square was in shock. Some people said that today, at the morning court, Kong Ingda angered the emperor and was removed from his official position by the emperor. Others said that Kong Ingda was plotted against by a scoundrel, and the emperor sent people to protect Kong Ingda. As the saying goes, good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. In less than 2 hours, Kong Ingda's incident had spread throughout Chang'an. It had even become a household name. But no one in the Kong residence came out to say anything. Even the servants and maids who came out to buy groceries came and went in a hurry. The officials who had always been on good terms with Kong Ingda, as well as the ministers who lived in the virtuous square, did not say a word about this matter. Even the Kong residence, which used to be as busy as a marketplace, was deserted. Everyone who passed by hurriedly ran away, fearing that they would not be able to avoid the place. The Kong residence instantly fell into a gloomy fog. The Kong residence was not the largest or the most gorgeous in the virtuous square, but it was the most exquisite and the most famous. This was because Kong Ingda was known as the son of sage Confucius. But now, the son of sage Confucius was lying on the bed with a sallow face. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and he did not listen to anything anyone said. It seemed that he had really lost his mind. Kong Ingda's so-called 100 students were only a few dozen people at this time. They were kneeling in front of Kong Ingda's bed with the family members of the Kong residence. Beside the bed, an old woman with a head full of white hair was holding a walking stick. While wiping Kong Ingda's cheeks with a rag, she was narrating the situation outside. A moment later, the young imperial physician, surnamed Kong from the Imperial Institute of Medicine, hurried over. As soon as everyone saw him, it was as if they had seen their savior, and they hurriedly went forward to ask. The old woman who was sitting by the bed slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, "Kong Chao, kneel down for me." In an instant, the entire room fell silent again. When the imperial physician heard this, he helplessly put down his medicine box and respectfully knelt beside the old woman. He kowtowed and said, "Nephew Kong Chao pays his respects to the old woman. This old one asks you, what's the matter with master?" The old woman was naturally the matriarch of the entire Kong family, and was also Kong Ingda's official wife. Kong Chao opened his mouth to say something, but when he thought of what Kong Ingda had done, and the fact that the emperor had not really dismissed Kong Ingda today, he said, "Matriarch, Lord Kong was just provoked in the court today. It's nothing serious." The emperor did not say that he was going to dismiss Lord Kong. It's just that Lord Kong took some things too hard and got angry. In the end, Kong Chao could only compromise and say it out loud. After all, if he really said it, it would cause a lot of trouble. Once the news spread, and the emperor found out that he was the one who spread it, it would be hard to say if he could even keep his head, let alone keep his current position. Seeing that they did not speak, Kong Chao sighed helplessly and went forward to take Kong Ingda's pulse, give him acupuncture, and even patted Kong Ingda's body to check. Kong Ingda's expression slowly returned to his senses. Kong Chao glanced at everyone. He didn't want to say anything, but this was the Kong family after all. Half of the reason why he could be in such a high position was because of Kong Ingda. Today, Kong Chao knew that the reason why Kong Ingda asked him to come out and check Niu Jinhu's leg was to create an opportunity for him. He wasn't an ungrateful person. However, there were some things that he really could not say at that time. At this moment, Kong Chao shook his head and said, "Matriarch, it's best if you don't go out and walk around as much as possible during this period. Also, tell the people in the residence not to say anything. If it reaches the emperor's ears, then I really can't say anything more. I hope that Matriarch can understand my difficulties. This is the prescription. You just need to follow this prescription. Get out of here for old man. Guards, from today onwards, beat old man to death if anyone in the Kong residence sees this person." At this moment, Kong Ingda had already regained consciousness, but his voice was not as loud as before. It was as if something was stuck in his throat, and when he spoke, it would be gurgling. It sounded extremely uncomfortable. However, the fact that he could wake up made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Kong Chao hurriedly knelt and said, Lord Kong, there were many things that I could not say in the hall at that time. I hope. Get out of here for old man. Guards, beat him out of here. How could Kong Ingda listen at this time? He was panting heavily. Seeing this, the old woman hurriedly hugged Kong Ingda and patted him on the back, scolding, "Why aren't you leaving? Are you trying to anger your master to death?" Kong Chao had no choice but to sigh helplessly. The emperor did not dismiss Lord Kong. He only asked Lord Kong to rest at home. After a while, the emperor will issue a decree for Lord Kong to return to court. However, Kong Chao could only sigh helplessly amidst the violent panting. Sigh. I will take my leave. Chapter 1329. The emperor would definitely issue an edict in the future. What did this mean? This meant that even if he, Kong Ingda, could return to the imperial court, he would only be treated as heir. This was something he did not want to see. Neo Jinda, old man, and you are irreconcilable. In the end, Kong Ingda vented all his anger on Neo Jinda. If he had not suddenly brought his son out for a stroll and happened to be seen by him, how could such a big mistake have occurred? No, Kong Ingda suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying thing. That was, why did Neo Jinda go out yesterday? And why did he let him see him? Why did no one else see him? Why was this? Could it be the emperor had wanted to get rid of him for a long time? At this thought, Kong Ingda could not help but tremble all over. Everyone was frightened by his excitement. Old Lady Kong hurriedly called for the estate's physician to massage Kong Ingda's philtrum and massage his tendons. After a long while, Kong Ingda finally calmed down. Looking at the room full of crying people, Kong Ingda angrily waved his hand and said, "Old man is not dead yet, and you are all crying at his funeral? Get out of here for old man." Seeing this, no one dared to say anything. They hurriedly pushed him out. At this time, Kong Ingda finally asked about everything in the Kong estate. When he found out that there were imperial guards guarding the door, he was so angry that his body trembled all over again. This scared Madame Kong half to death. As Neo Jindao returned to the estate, Madame Kong shook her head. "No, I heard from the people in the estate that Chang Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Neo Jinda, Zhang Sun Wuji, Du Ruhui, Fong Xianling, and the others have not left the palace yet." "That's right." Kong Ingda trembled all over as he said, "This is old man. They're performing at the emperor's place. Otherwise, why haven't they left the palace at this time? Quickly send someone to guard the entrance of the palace for the old man. Prepare a sedan. The old man will personally go to that old bastard Neo Jinda's residence to investigate. Old man, the old man has no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm the old man?" Madame Kong naturally knew a little about what happened to Neo Jinda yesterday. Seeing this, she recalled what Kong Chao had said just now and Kong Ingda's crazy words and thought of something. But what he couldn't figure out was, although Kong Ingda usually didn't have much interaction with these people, at least they weren't on opposite sides. Why did he have to do this today? Since Madame Kong was able to become Kong Ingda's first wife, she naturally came from a prestigious family. Furthermore, she had to take care of the endless stream of visitors every day, so she naturally knew some things. If he didn't have some skill, how could he run this huge Kong family so smoothly? But what he couldn't figure out was that this Neo Jinda, as well as all these things, seemed to revolve around an unknown but well-known person in Chang'an, Zhang Feng. At the thought of this, Madame Kong hurriedly comforted him. "Master, please don't be impatient. Let me arrange for someone to go to that deserted mountain to take a look. After we figure out the truth of this matter, we'll discuss further, okay?" Hearing this, Kong Ingda's eyes instantly burst with a touch of excitement. "Madam, you're really the old man's good wife. How come the old man didn't think of this?" While speaking, Kong Ingda didn't even put on his clothes. He was about to rush out of the door with his shriveled ribs naked. As he ran, he shouted, "Someone come, prepare a sedan. Quickly prepare a sedan for the old man." "Master." Madame Kong was also anxious. She hurriedly pulled him back and said, "Don't worry. Take care of your body." At this time, there are still imperial guards outside the door. The emperor and everyone else are watching the mansion at this time. If you go out, then our Kong family will really be exterminated. Besides, the emperor is angry at this time. And since that damn Zhang Feng dared to do this at this time, what does it mean? It means that he has already made a plan. Think about it. Master Chui, think about it carefully. In an instant, Kong Ingda was stunned. As the most authoritative person in Shandong, he naturally knew a little about some of the things that happened around the emperor. Previously, the emperor targeted Guanlong and suddenly seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with Guanlong's people. Then, the Wang clan's people suddenly ignited the iron or supply, and all of these things. At this time, Shandong had already faintly sensed that a pair of invisible big hands were controlling everything. At this time, the emperor was tentatively trying to find that pair of big hands. At this time, Kong Ingda was so excited that he actually understood everything. But he never thought that the emperor and that guy named Zhang Feng's hand would actually touch here. Could it be that he's testing me? When he thought of this, Kong Ingda immediately calmed down. Madame Kong quietly sat on the chair. When she saw this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly lit a cigarette for Kong Ingda and handed it to him. However, when Kong Ingda saw the cigarette, he was no longer as reluctant to part with it as before. Instead, he was extremely disgusted and hid the cigarette away. From now on, in the entire Kong family, everything related to that guy is not allowed to touch, or else you will be punished according to the family rules. Chapter 1330. As the sky slowly darkened, Kong Ingda was still seated in front of his desk, frantically looking through several things. In order to placate the people in the estate, Old Lady Kong had left Kong Ingda's room early on. In truth, Kong Ingda wasn't looking at anything. Instead, he was looking through all the information his spies had gathered. He even gathered all the small and large matters that had passed through his hands in the last year. Although Kong Ingda couldn't find anything useful, this was precisely what left him perplexed, because he couldn't find any records on Zhang Feng in the Liang province residence. Although there really was a Zhang clan in Phoenix Ridge, and they had indeed been caught in a landslide and drowned in the Qinling Mountains, no one knew where that Zhang Feng had gone. He had once heard the crown prince mention this Zhang Feng to Ho Junji, and it seemed that someone had brought a portrait of Zhang Feng to the Liang province residence in Phoenix Ridge. Although he could roughly confirm Zhang Feng's identity, there was still one point that was suspicious. How had Zhang Feng managed to escape? Moreover, who was that esteemed teacher of Zhang Feng's? Who had seen him? Who knew his name? Why didn't anyone know about his strange abilities before? And why had no one ever mentioned them in any of the secret and unofficial records? This was especially true for the matter of setting bones, the white paper, the cigarettes, and the fine salt. If such important matters were true, why hadn't there been a single clue? And even if they had come from another region, the Tang dynasty had been so prosperous, and there had been so many foreign merchants from the Han dynasty to the present. Why had no one brought these things to the Tang dynasty? Why did it have to be that Brad Zhang Feng? This was the greatest question. Kong Ingda couldn't help but be even more curious about Zhang Feng's identity and why Zhang Feng had chosen to stay in Mount Shao. He felt that this brat had chosen to stay in Mount Shao for some reason. And who was that merchant called Lao Li? Why couldn't he find anything in such a small place like Chang'an City? Logically speaking, if he had such a close relationship with Zhang Sun Wuji, there should be some clues. But why couldn't he find anything? Why didn't he collect money? Why did he gather more than 3,000 students on the mountain? What was he trying to do? Moreover, the crown prince and the others were willing to stay on the mountain. What exactly was he plotting? Kong Ingda could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he connected all the incidents together. Then, he thought about what he had encountered. Kong Ingda felt that there was a shocking conspiracy going on. After all, if there was no conspiracy, why would everything be so coincidental? Most importantly, Zhang Feng's teaching theory was completely different from the traditional teaching methods of the Shandong landowning households. Could it be that Zhang Feng, that bastard, was targeting him for these things? In addition, if the emperor wants to find the person behind the scenes, does he want to start with me, Kong Ingda? Are the Shandong landowning households really soft persimmons? It would have been better if he did not think that way. Now that he thought about it, Kong Ingda instantly felt that something was really wrong. especially when he encountered such a thing at this time. Kong Ingda could not help but think of more things. After all, such a thing had happened at this time. At the thought of this, Kong Ingda really could not sit still anymore. He took a deep breath and looked at the sky that was gradually darkening outside the window. He quietly put on his clothes and went to the door to take a look. When he saw that the manservant was dozing off at the door, he called out softly, "Dumbo Kong, come in and talk." Dumbo Kong was Kong Ingda's page boy and also the manservant who was dozing off at the door. However, when he heard his master's call, he hurriedly wiped the saliva off his mouth and hurried into the study. "Master, shall I prepare some food for you?" Kong Ingda waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Quickly go and prepare some clothes for an old farmer and a mule for me." "Eh?" Dumbo Kong was instantly scared half to death and hurriedly said, "Master, what are you?" Kong Ingda glared at him coldly. "Why are you spouting so much nonsense when I'm asking you to do something? Don't spread this, or old man will break your legs." Dumbo Kong was so frightened that he hurriedly scrambled out. After spending the time it took to eat a meal, Kong Ingda, dressed as an old farmer, mixed in with a group of swill collectors from the back door of Kong residence and left his own residence. Kong Ingda stared ruefully at the imperial guards at the gates, but his eyes were also filled with boundless rage and indignation. Since when did he have to enter and leave his own house in such humiliation? It was all because of that damn Zhang Feng and that old bastard Niu Jinda. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Kong Ingda followed the group of people out of the city just as the gates were about to close. As soon as he was out of the moat, the drawbridge over the moat began to rise up into the air. A few commoners looked at the people among them and bowed slightly. "Kong Gong, why don't we accompany you? These people have been shuttling through these places all year round and naturally knew who Kong Ingda was. Moreover, they only dare to take the risk because of Dumbo Kong's instructions. Otherwise, would they have dared to do something like that? It was something that could cost them their lives. After all, they had been illuminated by Kong Ingda over the years. It was only after Dumbo Kong repeatedly promised that no one else would know about it that they finally agreed. Nonetheless, after all, who was Zhang Feng? They knew better than anyone else. Zhang Feng was their great savior at the moment, and they did not dare to offend him so easily. Moreover, the news of Kong Ingda offending the emperor was spreading like wildfire in Chang, and today, which made them even more suspicious. Kong Ingda pulled out a huge stack of banknotes from his chest and gave them to them in every possible way before finally offering a fist-palm salute. "This journey is fraught with danger, so we shall part ways here. Thank you for your trouble, and I hope that you can forget about what happened tonight." The old farmer could not help asking curiously, "Are you really going to Mount E?" Kong Ingda laughed bitterly. "Yes." Chapter 1331. At this point, everything pointed to White Deer College. If he were to show even the slightest bit of fear at this moment, it would be fatal. Moreover, the Kong family no longer had a chance. Moreover, what choice did he have now? Kong Ingda glanced at Chang, and city under the night sky, and walked slowly into the dark Shao Mountain without looking back. At the same time, in the imperial study in Chang and city, Shao Gizi hurriedly whispered into Li Shimin's ear, who was bent over the table and reading memorials. "Your Majesty, a spy just reported that Lord Kong has left Chang and city." Li Shimin frowned slightly. "Do you know why he left?" Li Shimin did not expect Kong Ingda to leave Chang, and at this time. Originally, Li Shimin did not think that Kong Ingda would leave Chang, and originally, Li Shimin did not care about Kong Ingda's past friendship in the face of the Shandong aristocrats. As long as he was well, Li Shimin would not care about anything. After all, to put it bluntly, these things were nothing. He just noticed Niu Jinda's abnormality. If Li Shimin didn't know the original story, he would also be suspicious. After all, Zhang Feng's means were really unprecedented. But leaving Chang, and at this time, Li Shimin couldn't help but lose interest in continuing to review the memorials. Li Shimin waved his sleeve and said, "Do you know why Kong Ingda left Chang this time?" Shao Gizi bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I just received a letter from the spy saying that Lord Kong disguised himself as a commoner and followed a group of people who carried swill out of the city on a mule. He probably didn't leave the city this time to go back to Shandong. And I also heard that today Imperial physician Kong Chao secretly went to diagnose Lord Kong's injury. It seemed that he was scolded out by Lord Kong. And Lord Kong has been scolding Niu Jijia in bed. Li Shimin lit a cigarette, but when the cigarette was half lit, his face suddenly changed. He thought of a bad result. Could it be that this old guy wanted to go up the mountain in the dark? Thinking of this, Li Shimin became more and more flustered. Was this old guy so stubborn? You can't even figure out such a trivial matter? He also knew that Zhang Feng had too many secrets. If it weren't for Kong Yingda, Li Shimin really didn't want to expose Zhang Feng's matters so quickly. But this was also the limit. What he was worried about was that once he revealed his identity, all of the civil and military officials in the court would instantly point their spears at Zhang Feng. Moreover, the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, as well as the Shandong side, and that huge hand behind them that had yet to appear, were all added together. When Li Shimin thought of this, he instantly thought of a very frightening thing. What if the phosphate fertilizer issue was a small matter? If it was exposed, so be it. If this kid didn't know how to keep his mouth shut, then, if Kong Yingda were to ask something, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now Li Shimin had been using the identity of Lao Li to cover up the matter of selecting seeds and increasing the phosphate fertilizer. Moreover, he was also thinking of finding a person who looked similar to him after putting on makeup to replace his Chun's eye. However, this was only one of his previous plans. At this time, if Kong Yingda had other purposes and directly exposed everyone's identity at this time, then the consequences, Li Shimin waved his hand and shouted, "Guards!" Seeing that the emperor was obviously angry at this time, little Gizi hurriedly knelt and said, "This servant is here. Quickly send out the Jinwu guards. Go out of the city tonight and send a message to the Chong and military camp, as well as Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yaojin. Tell them to leave now and not let anyone go up Shao Mountain. Anyone who dares to violate this order will be beheaded. Send a message to capture that old man Kong Yingda for me. Only escort him to the prison." Little Gizi had never seen the emperor so decisive. Horrified, he hurriedly turned around and hurriedly went to make arrangements. Little Gizi knew better than anyone the importance of this matter. Once Zhang Feng's identity was exposed, it would cause a chain reaction that would affect the entire imperial court, and even the steel weapons that Prince Zhang made on the mountain would cause chaos in the world. Even if something went wrong and it was spread to the ears of the Tujue spies, then it was conceivable that the Tujue would just watch Prince Zhang make this thing. Would the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans watch? Would the people of the Guanlong noble clan and Tubo, who had just been urged, be quiet? After all, no one wanted to see a mountain on their head. Moreover, this mountain was covered with fatal poisonous thorns. Little Gizi didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went to make arrangements after leaving the imperial study. How could Li Shimin be in the mood at this time? After wandering around the imperial study for a long time, he waved his hand and said, "Send an imperial decree. Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Duru Hui, and Wei Zheng are to come quickly." A moment later, in the brightly lit imperial palace, an extremely tense atmosphere instantly fell into an extremely tense atmosphere. The imperial guards and Jinwu guards of the entire imperial palace were also issued in all directions, shuttling back and forth in the imperial palace and the streets of Chang, and before disappearing into the imperial palace and the alleys. However, everything seemed to be a little too late. At this time, Kong Yingda had already taken a document that he had made up and entered in Shao Mountain Market. After entering, Kong Yingda took off the bamboo hat on his head and, like an old man in the fields, patted the dirt off his body and shouted at the waiter who was dozing off at the counter. "Waiter, a good room and a pot of good wine." Chapter 1332. Although the market on Pyrolite Mountain was built in a wide area beneath the mountain wall that led to and from White Deer Academy. In the beginning, this place looked very spacious and desolate. However, after more than 2 months of construction and an endless stream of businessmen found business opportunities, The houses and other things in the market square became more prosperous in Niueli's hands. If one did not know better, they would have thought that it was Chang'an's city. The cement road, which was originally wide enough for 3 carriages to drive side by side, was covered with a layer of rubber after the rubber factory moved to the mountain. Although it smelled a little unpleasant and sticky at first, it was very comfortable and soft to step on after it had dried. The houses on both sides of the street. Although Zhang Feng had renovated them twice since Niueli came, the first row of shops, such as grain stores, pawn shops, restaurants, and other prosperous shops, were set up. Behind the 2 rows of shops, there were small paths like those in Chang'an City. Various snack stalls and markets were hidden in the small paths. On the side near the food factory, there were some exclusive markets for local businessmen in Chang and the Tang dynasty. On the right side near the paper mill, there were houses, shops, and stalls built entirely by foreign businessmen. The whole market looked quite messy, but it was full of exotic charm. In the market, there were all kinds of exotic snacks, drinks, and other things. Even Western region singers were wearing veils on the street, wriggling their red faces to attract businessmen. Although Zhang Feng had already ordered that no slave trading was allowed here, as well as the gambling house, they didn't dare to do so openly. They could only use this kind of dance to attract business. At this moment, Kong Yingda was chewing hard on a piece of naan in his hand. On one hand, he was wandering around the market. On the other hand, he was admiring the scenery. More importantly, he was looking for something to give to Zhang Feng. Evidence to convict Niu Jinda. He had gone to the food factory early in the morning. However, he was almost caught by the patrolling officers. Last night, in the middle of the night, Kong Yingda heard a series of horse hooves outside the window. Kong Yingda didn't need to think to know that the emperor should know that he came here. Therefore, at this moment, only the merchants of the western regions could stroll around the smelly streets of the marketplace. It was the perfect shelter. After all, the previous him had never bothered to come to such a dirty place. In addition, who didn't have things to buy early in the morning? Who would come to such a place to suffer? They had managed to sneak into the market. But if he wanted to go up the mountain, the only way was blocked. That was the gate of the academy. At this moment, Kong Yingda was looking at the words on the gate of the academy from afar, slightly lost in thought. He did agree with the admonitions, but shouldn't the statue in front of the admonition be Saint Shu Kong? Which person on the tree was this? No matter how one looked at him, he looked like an outsider instead of a statue of someone from the Tang dynasty. It was a disgrace for such a statue to appear here. Whether it was the statue's clothes, the short hair, or the thing on the eyes, which one of them was from the Tang dynasty? Which one of them looked like something from the Tang dynasty? Most importantly, this statue was very famous in this market. It was said that it was Zhang Feng's mentor. This made Kong Yingda even more certain that Zhang Feng must have done something shady on the mountain. After all, the clothes and the things made by Zhang Feng, which one of them looked like something from the Tang dynasty? This was simply an outsider. Did the emperor forget the ancient saying that those who are not of our race must have a different heart? Did Niu Jinda forget? And Feng Xianling, Wei Zheng. Did you all forget? But this was not the main point. The main point was that the security here was extremely tight. The guards here were all big and burly, and many of them had scars on their faces. Some of them even had injuries all over their bodies. With one look, one could tell that they had military backgrounds. How could such people be qualified to guard the door? This was simply too much. But at this moment, he was stuck in front of this checkpoint. The next step was White Deer College. At this time, Kong Yingda was sitting under a willow tree with a crooked neck, staring at the door in a daze. He didn't notice that behind him, an old man with a crutch was staring at him with narrowed eyes. The old man was the old village chief. Behind the old village chief were more than 10 students from the mountain. The one leading them was Qian Wanli. Each of them was carrying a large bundle of white paper. The old village chief's voice still attracted Kong Yingda's attention. The moment he turned his face, the 2 old men couldn't help but be stunned. Master Kong, you are elder son? Chapter 1333. The old village chief's surname was Sunday. He was called Sun Dequan. In his early years, he had been eating in Chang and City. He had inadvertently gone to Kong Ingda's mansion to do some work. Because of his straightforward nature and the fact that he had accidentally bumped into Kong Ingda took pity on him and asked him to bring his letter to the Chong and local government. That was how he got his current position as the governor of Tonghui Lane. He was equivalent to the village chief of a small village. Although he didn't care much, he ran errands for the government and coordinated some trivial matters in the entire market. After all, he couldn't go to the county government for trivial matters, right? Wouldn't that tire the county magistrate to death? The monthly salary wasn't much, only 30 copper coins. However, this was considered a profitable business in Chong and City. The key was that he didn't care about anything. He didn't have to pay taxes. The old village chief had always been grateful to Kong Ingda. Although the old village chief would send his son to Kong Ingda's mansion every year during festivals, but he wasn't liked even if he went. This was something that the old village chief had always been brooding about. But today, the old village chief didn't notice him at first. He just mistakenly thought that this old man was the father of a student who wanted to go up the mountain to see his son. He saw this kind of thing every day. At this time, the matters of Tonghui Lane were inherited by his son, but this Shao Mountain market was basically his alone. He could be considered the manager of the entire White Deer College. He had to take care of everything. After all, in his opinion, this was the business of Fengzi. If he didn't have someone to take care of it for him, with Zhang Feng's personality, it would have been over long ago. How could the old village chief not be surprised to see his old benefactor again? He hurriedly sized Kong Ingda up and said, "Kong Ingda, what do you mean?" What could Kong Ingda say? He stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Seeing this, the old village chief turned around and said, "Kid Qian, quickly take these pieces of paper and hand them to Feng Zi personally. I met a benefactor here. I'll go up the mountain later." Qian Wanli didn't notice Kong Ingda either. He only thought that Kong Ingda was just an old farmer who wanted to make a living here. He saluted Kong Ingda and hurried up the mountain. After all, he was carrying 100 kilograms of paper on his back. It was pressed down. After sending the few people away, the old village chief said warmly, "Kong Gong, it's rare for you to come here." Earlier, this old man had always wanted to pay a visit to thank benefactor for your kindness in the past. However, due to my lowly status, I couldn't get through the door. Kong Ingda seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. He smiled ruefully and said, "You're too kind. It's just that the servants in the house are like dogs who bully others because of their master's power. When the old man returns, he will definitely discipline them well." Hearing this, the old village chief waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. There's no need to trouble Duke Kong with such a small matter. After all, this country has its laws, and every family has its rules. Since Duke Kong has come here today, and this old man happens to be present, could this old man be so bold as to invite Duke Kong to this old man's residence for a chat, so that this old man can perform his duties as a host and repay the kindness of those years? Kong Ingda rolled his eyes and said, "Old man's son, may I ask if you are on this mountain?" "Oh, thanks to this dean, this old man has managed to get good jobs in the entire Tonghui district. This old man is also honored that the entire papermaking workshop is under my watch. Furthermore, some of the daily affairs in the district are also under my care." At this moment, even the experienced and knowledgeable Kong Ingda was dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the ground and looked at the white paper that was being dried like snow. He said in shock, "You are saying that this papermaking workshop is under your management?" The mystery of the papermaking workshop was well known in the entire Chong. Everyone wanted to find out more about the papermaking workshop. After all, the papermaking workshop had replaced the papermaking industry of the past. One could imagine that a few hundred kilograms of white paper a day was equivalent to a month's production in the past. How terrifying was that? Kong Ingda originally thought that the papermaking workshop would be heavily guarded and that there would be a heavy weight guarding it. However, he did not expect that there would not be a single guard here. Furthermore, it was an old man with a slave status who was in charge. What kind of operation was this? Could it be that in the eyes of Zhang Feng, this thing was so worthless? At this moment, Kong Ingda was in a bad mood. He stared blankly at the paper-making workshop. Then, under the ostentatious introduction of the old village chief, he walked into an elegant brick house. What shocked him even more was this brick house was no different from the houses in the district. What was this? How many people could use a brick to build a house? However, even though it wasn't a green brick, but a red brick, it was still a F***king head. For this thing, other than those aristocratic families, other people would not be able to use brick to build houses. Even if they were to install brick on their door, they would still need to go to the government office to register it. Even the palace was not entirely made with brick, but here, Kong Ingda was a little dizzy. He could not help but interrupt the old village chief and ask, "Old man's son, are all the houses here built with this red brick?" The old village chief stroked his beard proudly and said with a sigh, "Yes. Everything here was made by Fengzi. My place is still considered simple and crude. You didn't go up the mountain. That mountain is the real magnificent one. By the way, Duke Kong, why are you here today?" Chapter 1334. At this moment, Kong Ingda felt that there was something wrong with the mountain. Regardless of whether he was a brick or not, he was still a brick. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, this kind of thing was strictly controlled. Even in his mansion, only the main door was built with bricks. The rest was still made with mud. However, when compared to this place, in an instant, Kong Ingda felt as if he was a chicken that had walked into a phoenix's nest. Although this phoenix's nest was very small. Seeing that Kong Ingda was still immersed in shock and holding a brick in a daze, the village head couldn't help but shake his head. The old village head could only shake his head helplessly. Taking advantage of the situation, he walked out of the room and found a few workers from Tong Hui Fong. He had them bring a slip of paper and hurriedly went to the food factory to arrange the food. After all, the food factory was no longer the same as before. At this time, there were no pigs to be killed in the food factory. Basically, it was used to make cooked food and to prepare braised food for the restaurants opened by the Guanlong aristocrats in Chang. It was also a place to teach some skills to those who wanted to come here to learn the art of cooking. To put it bluntly, this was the kitchen for the thousands of people in White Deer College. It was also the place where the students on the mountain learned the art of cooking. When the village head returned to the house, Kong Ingda had already returned to normal. He lowered his head and smoked fiercely. The comfort in the old village head's heart could not be described with words. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief for once. Seeing that old son had returned, Kong Ingda asked, "Old son, you're saying that you're in charge of this paper mill and the market on the mountain?" The old village head silently laughed and said, "This is all because Fengzi knows how to take care of the elderly. Otherwise, do you think this old man would have this opportunity? Moreover, this young man is also a person who values friendship and righteousness. I'm basically in charge of all the trivial matters on the mountain." As he spoke, the old village head sized up Kong Ingda and said, "Kong Ingda, judging from your appearance, are you retiring?" Kong Ingda was shocked. Did he know about yesterday's incident? He hurriedly and cautiously asked, "What do you mean?" The old village head carefully closed the door and then said in a low voice, "This morning, the person who went to Chang'an City to deliver goods said that you were dismissed by the emperor yesterday. Is there such a thing?" Kong Ingda didn't know how to answer. He asked carefully, "Who did you hear this from?" "The news has spread all over Chang'an City. Don't you know? I heard that you had an argument with His Majesty yesterday, and then His Majesty—" "Of course, I don't believe it. After all, you are a virtuous minister. Not only me, but many people in Chang'an City are talking about it. There are also many people on the mountain talking about it." Hearing this, Kong Ingda nodded in relief. He sighed, "That's right. Yesterday, in the imperial court, I was indeed at odds with the opinions of several dukes. In addition, I was tricked by Nyo Jinda, that boorish fellow. That's why I sigh." The old village head's face darkened when he heard this. He scolded, "That old bastard, don't let old man meet him. If the old man meets him, he will definitely give him a good scolding. How could such a loyal person like Kong Gong be wronged like this? No, let's go. Kong Gong, come with me to the mountain. Today, I don't care about my face. I will definitely ask the dean to write a lawsuit for you in person to redress your grievances. Don't you know that the dean and Lord Zhang's son know each other? And you didn't see it last time. Even the Hongwan Guan, the Imperial College, Li Shaogong, Prince Li, and Duke Chen all came to the mountain, and the four great Confucians. Presumably, you came to the mountain this time for this matter, right? Or do you want to find a job on the mountain? Let me tell you, although this Feng Zi looks careless, he respects people with great knowledge like you very much. If you go up the mountain, Feng Zi will be so happy that he won't be able to sleep. The old village head boasted about Zhang Feng and was about to pull Kong Yingda up the mountain. However, Kong Yingda, who knew about this matter, came to find evidence. Why would he want to go up the mountain at this juncture? Moreover, with old man's son here, there would be no problem going up the mountain. Even in terms of safety, where could there be a safer place than here? Most importantly, who in the imperial court didn't know about the collusion between Duke Shun and the crown prince? How dare they come here? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Plus Li Shaogong, who are you people? If this isn't rebellion, then what is? However, it was obvious that the old village head must know a lot of secrets. Therefore, Kong Yingda didn't want to go up the mountain. Instead, he patted the old village head and said, "Old man's son, calm down. Old man is tired. It won't be too late to go up the mountain after resting here for a while." The old village head finally reacted. He hurriedly asked, "Duke Kong, this time you are?" Kong Yingda nodded with a smile. "Forget about the matters of the government. This old man is already so old. I wish to find a quiet place to spend my remaining years in secret. I've long heard of the White Deer Institute, and thus I decided to disguise myself and come here today to take a look. Although I haven't even ascended the mountain, the sight of the city square has already given me a fresh impression. This Zhang Feng is indeed a genius, and it seems like all of this is due to your efforts." The old village head laughed loudly and waved his hands. "You're too kind. All of this was done by Feng Zi. Let me tell you, Feng Zi is doing something big on the mountain right now. You mustn't tell others about it." Chapter 1335. That was what Kong Yingda wanted to hear. He hurriedly asked, "Old son, don't worry. Kong Yingda, am not that kind of junior. How can I do such a thing? Tell me, what is Prince Zhang doing on the mountain? Is he using the unprecedented teaching method again?" The old village head shook his head like a rattle drum. He didn't notice that Kong Yingda, the old fox, was tricking him. "Kong Yingda, you are wrong. Feng Zi has already handed over the teaching to the four great scholars. At this time, there are only a few small chores following Feng Zi. By the way, the boy surnamed Qin you saw in the market just now is Feng Zi's student." "Oh, then Prince Zhang," is the old village head leaned close to Kong Yingda's ear and said mysteriously, "Didn't they just hold the autumn planting ceremony a few days ago? During the autumn planting ceremony, Feng Zi took some people up the mountain. I didn't know what they were doing, but yesterday I saw Feng Zi with my own eyes. He was making something called phosphate fertilizer. And it's all done by those guys. They're wearing something called a mask. They don't even let others see it. It's quite mysterious. I wanted to go and take a look, but I was yelled at by Feng Zi. He said that if you don't wear a mask, you'll be poisoned." Phosphate fertilizer? Hearing that, Kong Yingda couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, did Prince Zhang say what phosphate fertilizer is? "Oh, this." I asked him. He said it was a good thing that could double the yield of the farmers in the field. Buzz. Kong Yingda's head suddenly exploded. He had heard that Niu Jinda had once gone to look for an iron mine and seemed to have brought back something. However, the dozens of people he had brought back were basically all dead by the time they returned. Moreover, he had fallen ill and said that he had been poisoned. Could it be? Was this what Niu Jinda was trying to get? Wasn't this thing poisonous? Why could it increase the grain yield? This was simply unreasonable. Okay? Everyone knew that something watered with poison was also poison. Who dared to eat it? How could this thing become something that could increase their income? This is simply an attempt to exterminate the people of the Tang dynasty. What kind of vicious heart could do such a thing? Instantly, Kong Yingda was so angry that his entire body was trembling. "Old man's son, is what you said true? The old village chief still didn't notice Kong Ingda's cold and angry eyes, saying without hesitation, "It's all true, and Fengzi has already planted a lot of them. The dozens of acres of experimental fields on the mountain have all used this stuff." This time, Kong Ingda was even more certain of his thoughts. There must be something shady going on this mountain. Otherwise, it would be too bizarre. Thinking of this, Kong Ingda asked solemnly, "Old man's son, we've known each other for a few years, right?" The old village head didn't know what Kong Ingda meant. He hurriedly nodded and lamented, "This old man has been working in your residence for 3 years. Counting now, it's been 5 years. If it wasn't for that time..." Before the old village head finished speaking, Kong Ingda said, "Then, have you ever seen this kind of thing? Although my Kong mansion is not as good as the Imperial Palace, I can still have a panoramic view of everything in the world. But today, you want to deceive old man like this. Forget it, forget it. I'll just pretend that I didn't see you today. I'm leaving." How could the old village head be Kong Ingda's opponent? At this time, he was even more confused. He hurriedly stopped Kong Ingda and said, "Mr. Kong, what do you mean?" Kong Ingda was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and said, "You said that this thing is poisonous, but you also said that this phosphate fertilizer can double the income of the Zhuang family. Do you think that this old man has never farmed before and doesn't know these things?" This time, the old village head was anxious. He spread out his hands and said, "No, no, no, that's not what I mean. Listen to me. If you really can't do it, you can go up the mountain with me to see their experiment. Then you'll understand." "Humph, you just said that it's poisonous. Now you're asking the old man to go. Are you trying to harm the old man? Forget it, forget it. Just pretend that old man didn't save you in the first place." After saying that, Kong Ingda was about to leave again. But how could the old village head let his savior leave like this? He hurriedly pulled Kong Ingda and said, "Mr. Kong, listen to me. That thing is indeed poisonous, but that's what they're doing now. I don't know where Fengzi got some strange transparent glass bottles from. After burning the powder of the ore in the fire, that thing turned into smoke. Don't you think it's strange?" Zhang Tai said with a smile. "That thing is indeed poisonous, but that's what they're doing now." Then it settled down in a jar filled with water along the pipe and became phosphate fertilizer. And I've seen this thing with my own eyes. It's really not poisonous. If you really don't believe me, you can go up the mountain with me now. Let's go find Mr. Bosher. Mr. Bosher and Dr. Sun have seen it before. Dr. Sun has also tasted this thing. He's fine now." This time, Kong Ingda was shocked again. He believed that the old village head wouldn't lie to him. After all, if it weren't for him, old man's son would have been gone by now. After thinking about it, Kong Ingda asked, "What you said, is it true? I swear to God, if there's half a lie, I'll die a horrible death. How about it?" Seeing this, Kong Ingda was relieved and asked, "Do you have that kind of phosphate fertilizer here? Can you give us an old man?" When the old village head saw that Kong Ingda was no longer angry, he smiled mysteriously and said, "If it was someone else, this old man wouldn't give away such a precious thing. But since you've spoken, I really do have a little. Originally, I wanted to get it from Fengzi for the vegetable garden, so I'll get it to Kong Gong." Chapter 1336. At this moment, Kong Ingda was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He really didn't know that this thing would come so easily. What was this? This was his chance to turn the tables. At this moment, he even imagined the emperor's furious expression when he saw all this and the things hidden behind those dukes. As long as this thing came out, wouldn't the emperor not think of it? Currently, while his imagination was running wild, the old village chief had already mysteriously taken out an oiled paper bag the size of a bowl from under the bed. After carefully opening it, a pungent smell wafted out, causing Kong Ingda's expression to change. Seeing this, the old village chief chuckled and said, "Kong Gong, there is no need to panic. Although this thing smells bad and pungent, it really isn't poisonous." Hearing this, Kong Ingda carefully approached. After looking at the snow-like thing, he was even more certain of his thoughts. However, he still asked again, "Old man's son, this is a serious matter. Don't lie to me." The old village chief's face stiffened and was about to swear again. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. It was the worker who brought in the food. The old village chief hurriedly wrapped the oiled paper bag and handed it to Kong Ingda to open the door. At this moment, Kong Ingda had obtained the evidence. How could he be in the mood to stay? He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Old man's son, it's getting late. Old man's son still has to go back to teach the students. I will consider your matter carefully. After all, although the old man has been admiring the mountain for a long time, I still have to trouble you to deal with him for me. After all, I'm already so old." Hearing this, the old village chief was overjoyed and said, "You're too kind. Why don't you come up the mountain with me now? It won't take long. Moreover, Feng Zi likes to make friends. That won't be necessary. I really have something to do. Farewell." Without waiting for the old village chief to finish speaking, Kong Ingda had already hurriedly walked out of the door. When the old village chief came back to his senses, Kong Ingda had already disappeared from the door. The old village chief looked at the table full of dishes and hurriedly shouted, "Kong Gong, please eat before you leave." Meanwhile, Yuchi-gong had personally led his men to search through Mount Shao Market, as well as the surrounding areas. However, they still hadn't found a single trace of Kong Ingda. At this moment, Yuchi-gong and Chung Yaojin were standing at the entrance of White Deer College in a daze. "I say, old you, do you think this old man went up the mountain?" Chung Yaojin said with some uncertainty. After all, Zhang Feng had not been alerted to the current situation. If Kong Ingda were to find out about this, it would be troublesome if Kong Ingda were to expose their identities in a moment of desperation. Therefore, since last night, starting from Chong and City, Chung Yaojin and Zhang Wuji had carried out a carpet search. They basically plowed the grass within 10 miles from the city gate to any place, but they still couldn't find a single clue. Until now, the 3,000 elite soldiers didn't even blink their eyes. Moreover, they had just found out from the guards that an old man had brought the Imperial College's document up the mountain last night. As a doctor from the Imperial College, Kong Ingda was naturally capable of this. Moreover, the seal of the document was on him. Did this mean that Kong Ingda had already gone up the mountain last night while they were searching the perimeter? Most importantly, no one had expected Kong Ingda to be so fast last night. Moreover, he had sent a message back to the palace from Chong, and then the emperor had ordered after all this trouble. The guards here changed shifts every 6 hours. This meant that when Chung Yaojin and Zhang Wuji arrived, the guards had already changed shifts. Kong Ingda had also been let in by the guards who had changed shifts last night. However, it was only until just now, when the guards blocked the door again, that they realized at this moment the two of them looked at the mountain gate hesitantly. In order to alert the enemy, they had checked everything except the paper mill. Report. At this moment, a scout hurried over, replying to the two sirs. Last night, when the inn in the market was about to close for the night, there was indeed an old man who checked in. Although he looked shabby, he was extremely generous and asked for a good room. Today, the old man left before dawn. Even his mule is still in the hands of the innkeeper. Oh, when the two of them heard this, they couldn't help but be surprised. They looked in the direction of the paper mill and the mountain again. At this moment, only these two places had yet to be checked. Yuchi-gong asked uncertainly, "Old hey, why don't I go up the mountain and you make a trip to the paper mill?" Chung Yaojin's head and waist were like a rattle drum when he heard this. "I'm not going. It's not like you don't know that the old village chief is a coward. Every time we go there, he takes half a day to let us in. Usually, he won't even let an outsider in. Do you think he will let Kong Ingda in?" Thinking of this, Yuchi-gong felt that it made sense. At this moment, Kong Ingda's motive for going up the mountain was very clear. He was definitely going up the mountain to find something and definitely not to sightsee. Besides, although the paper mill was magical, it was only related to the paper-making technique. What else did the paper mill have? Other than paper, it was paper. Why would Kong Ingda come here? It was impossible just thinking about it. Finally, the two of them gritted their teeth and said at the same time, "Then shall we go up the mountain?" Chung Yaojin stroked his beard and waved his hand. "Surround the entire academy. We will go up the mountain to take a look." Chapter 1337. At this moment, there was no sign of Kong Ingda in the marketplace or anywhere else. This meant that they could lock onto Kong Ingda's location. After all, they had gone up the mountain. In addition to the people they had brought with them, there were only about 3,000 people. If they were spread out, there would be loopholes. Thus, Cheng Yaojin's arrangement seemed the most reasonable at this moment. However, the two of them had missed out on the paper mill. The moment the two of them went up the mountain, Kong Ingda once again followed the crowd and entered the street where the Hu merchants were. He knew that at this moment, there would be many people looking for him. However, he did not know that in the entire marketplace, other than the main street, there was basically no sign of the Imperial Guards or the Chang'an garrison, let alone in such a suffocating place. Kong Ingda did not return to the inn to find a mule. Instead, he found a group of Hu merchants who were preparing to leave the mountain. He only paid 1 ingot of silver for them to put him into the compartment of carriage. On the other side, as soon as Cheng Yaojin and Li Chengxian went up the mountain, they ran into Li Chengxian, who was preparing to go down the mountain. Seeing this, Li Chengxian asked in surprise, "Uncles, what are you doing here?" The two of them were startled. Yu Qigong hurriedly asked, "Has Fengzi been with you all this time?" Li Chengxian did not know what Yu Qigong meant, but seeing his extremely serious expression, he hurriedly said, "Yes, we've been together since this morning, and Fengzi has been. Let me ask you, has Kong Ingda gone up the mountain?" HM? Li Chengxian was instantly taken aback. He knew about Kong Ingda's matter yesterday, and he also knew about what had happened at the foot of the mountain. Now, he was going down the mountain to see what was going on. However, how could he have known that before he even went down the mountain, he would run into this matter? He hurriedly said, "I heard about this matter last night, and I also made arrangements on the mountain. I am going down the mountain for this matter. How could I have known that I would run into the two of you here? Could it be that Kong Ingda has not gone up the mountain? Or could it be that there has been a mistake? Is he trying to set up a trap and then take the opportunity to return to Shandong?" Yu Qigong and Li Chengxian's expressions changed greatly. Yu Qigong hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that Kong Ingda has not gone up the mountain? Why would I joke about such a thing?" This time, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were in a bit of a predicament. Kong Ingda had returned to Shandong, but why would he appear in the market? But if you really want to go back to Shandong, you can talk to the emperor about it. After all, the emperor would allow it, so there was no need to be so sneaky, right? Most importantly, this matter was too inconceivable. Not at the foot of the mountain, not on the mountain either. Even if you said you were going back to Shandong, you wouldn't have to set up a maze on the mountain, would you? Thinking of this, Yu Qigong slapped his thigh and said, "Not good. He must have gone to the paper mill. Let's go to the paper mill." Thinking of this, Li Chengxian and Cheng Yaojin's expressions instantly changed. Kong Ingda came from a landowning household in Shandong province and was also a doctor from the Imperial College. White Deer College had a cooperative relationship with the Imperial College. If he came to the paper mill with documents, the old village chief and Qian Wanli might not be able to stop him. Thinking of this, Li Chengxian also remembered that Qian Wanli had gone up the mountain just now. He hurriedly shouted, "Quickly go down the mountain. I'll go ask that kid Qian Wanli. An hour before you came, that kid came up the mountain." Originally, the old village chief also came with him. He said that he met an acquaintance. Thinking of this, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin couldn't stand still. They rushed down the mountain as if they were flying. They didn't know that this old thing really knew how to hide. He actually hid in that place. Why didn't he separate just now? This was great. They were dead meat. While the two of them were lost in their thoughts, Li Chengxian hurriedly returned to the farm. On the second floor of the farm, Zhang Feng was discussing something with Qian Wanli and the others. Seeing this, Li Chengxian hurriedly shouted, "Qian Wanli, did you just say that the old village chief met someone?" Because the distance wasn't very far, and Li Chengxian's voice was very loud, everyone in the laboratory looked over at this time. This was the first time they saw Li Chengxian so panicked. Zhang Feng held the railing in surprise, looked at Li Chengxian curiously, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Were you chased by a dog?" Li Chengxian ignored Zhang Feng and continued to ask, "Tell me, isn't it?" Qian Wanli was also a little confused, but he still nodded. "Yes, when we went up the mountain just now, we did see the old village chief meet someone. Did you hear that? What's that person's name? I heard the old village chief call him Kong Gong. Hearing this, Li Changxian, who was running over here quickly, stopped in his tracks and asked in shock, "Are you sure?" Qian Wanli asked in a daze, but he still nodded. "I'm sure." The old village chief seemed to have asked him to go to the paper mill. It was over. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly left again. This time, the people upstairs were even more dumbfounded. Zhang Feng looked at Li Chengqian blankly and asked, "Wanli, what's going on? Who is this Kong Gong?" How would Qian Wanli know who this person was? He smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. "I don't know either." Seeing this, Zhang Feng also didn't understand the situation, so he simply didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't care. I'll wait for you. When you're done with the things at hand, ask Ma Zhou and the others to come over from tomorrow. You guys focus on the second stage of the class, and ask Tai Niu and the others to teach you how to extract phosphate fertilizer." Chapter 1338. Of course, Yu Qigong and the others didn't find anything. Furthermore, when he saw the old village chief and found out everything from him, his expression changed abruptly. They hurriedly went down the mountain with their men. "This old thing, what kind of person are you? Why did you tell everyone about it? Although it's not like we can't talk about it, don't you know what happened to Kong Yingdai yesterday?" After Yu Qigong and the other man had left for a long time, the old village chief finally realized the big problem. He pulled out his hair anxiously. "Kong Yingda, you old bastard. How dare you come to old man's place to harm old man? Boys of Tongwei Lane, go, go, go. Block Kong Yingda's door. Old man is going to give him dog shit." The old village chief told them the whole story while everyone was still in a daze. This time, everyone was completely stunned. Who was Kong Yingda? He was a third-grade official in the imperial court. Yesterday, he was dismissed by the emperor because he wanted to impeach Zhang Feng. Last night, he couldn't think about it and came to the mountain to look for evidence. They couldn't help but turn around and curse Yu Qigong and the other man. "You two bastards, why didn't you tell old man about what happened last night? How can you do things like this? This is simply preposterous. But what's the use of saying that now?" When the crowd angrily went to the sentry post on the mountain pass, they found that Kong Yingda had already left. This time, the people of Tongwei Lane, as well as the people who had been treated kindly by Zhang Feng, were all angry. They picked up their weapons and followed the old village chief angrily to Chong and City. At the same time, in a tea house in the east of Chong and City. Naturally, everyone here knew Kong Yingda's identity. It was noon, the busiest time for the tea house. The storyteller between the second floor and the first floor was still talking about Zhang Feng's deeds. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Kong Yingda took off the hat on his head and shouted coldly, "What do you think about that, Zhang Feng? Or some purple star lord who has descended to the mortal world? Why don't you take a look at this?" Kong Yingda's voice instantly angered everyone. However, the moment they saw that it was Kong Yingda, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then they prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the officials and nobles on the second floor, as well as the nobles and aristocratic families, were somewhat surprised. Although Kong Yingda had been ordered by the emperor to recuperate at home, he was not removed from his official position as the message in Chong and said. Besides, he was a great Confucian scholar, so he deserved their respect. Kong Yingda didn't care about these empty words at this moment. He walked slowly to the storyteller's place between the second floor and the first floor as he took out an oiled paper package. "Just now, I heard you say that the dean of White Deer College, Chancellor Zhang Feng, and the great Confucian scholar of harmony, is Purple Star Lord who has descended to the mortal world?" The storyteller was not surprised. He cupped his fists and said, "That's right. This was divined by Master Yuan Tiangang himself." Kong Yingda nodded and slowly unwrapped the oiled paper package in his hand. He said, 3 days ago, I did have the same idea about this guy named Zhang Feng. He improved a lot of things in the Tang Dynasty. First, he solved the drought in Longyu Road. Secondly, he solved the locust plague and the famine in Chong and City after the locust plague. These are all his achievements. These are great things. The crowd did not understand what he was trying to say. These were all things that everyone knew. However, they still listened to him carefully. After all, this was a great Confucian scholar. It was rare to see a great Confucian scholar tell a story in person. Besides, they could see it today, which was enough to show off the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, Kong Yingda changed the topic. However, this was 3 days ago. I think everyone knows that the dean of White Deer College is proficient in medical skills. He even knows the blood-snatching life-changing method. He can even regenerate broken bones. Old man wants to ask, who has seen the blood-snatching life-changing method? However, the one with the broken leg is real. This old man saw it with his own eyes yesterday. Furthermore, during the morning exercises yesterday, I also heard about a huge matter. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. Very few people knew about this secret. However, the people on the second floor knew about it. At this moment, someone wanted to stop Kong Yingda, but he looked like a mad dog. No one dared to say anything. They could only listen quietly. However, it was different for the people. The blood-snatching life-changing method was passed down from the mountain. No one knew whether it was real or not, let alone the regenerating broken bones. However, Kong Yingda said that the regenerating broken bones was real. Could it be that this was real? However, the crowd thought too much. At this moment, Kong Yingda waited for the atmosphere to rise a little before saying, "Yesterday, Lord Zhongsun said in front of the emperor that Zhang Feng from White Deer College had developed something that could double the yield per mu." What?